All right. Thank you all so much for hanging in there. We are ready to go ahead and get started with some more Song of Rapture this wonderful Thursday evening with the whole gang here tonight. So thanks for sitting in, and Miss Yo Uman, if you're ready, I'll pass it right on over to you.
Yeah, but I'm waving at you. Hello, my name's Omen. Looks like we're getting back to Song of Rapture. Seems like in the last time in our little game of Song of Rapture, our valiant vanguard had found themselves whisked back to the city of Roka, where it seemed to be swallowed up in some sort of plaguing storm. They took a bit of a journey to help understand this storm, as well as perhaps understand one of the group members of their group, and then found themselves with newfound answers to questions they held deep in their hearts. But what exactly happened on the last episode is not truly my story to tell, so could someone grace us with a little recap of what happened on the last episode of the Song of Rapture?
Yeah, last time on Song of Rapture, found ourselves using a little magic from the tin to get back to Roka to try to figure out what was going on here to begin our hunt against this strange cult of Yanti that seemed to be being led by a figure that has caught a bit of the divine and is using it to proclaim themselves a god to create mischief and pain for the more peaceful citizens of the land. But after we arrived, we realized that something was amiss. The air churned violently as a storm had made its way inside of the city itself and changing in a strange way. As a little bit of detective work with Tamar, a little bit of that strange medical eye, able to discern that it seems like the storm itself, it seemed to be infusing the entire city with transmutation magic, something that changes. And with a little bit of scouting around, found that the source of such a thing seemed to be this swirling mass of air, I suppose, covering what might lie inside, but resting in the heart of the city, far up in the air, just simply resting like a bomb ready to go off in the middle of the city. But without any really further actions to interact with it, besides sending one of us up there to poke at it, we decided best vote is to go after little Madri Khan, Tamar's brother, to see if he or the one that he's been communicating with could share some light on the situation, what's going on in the city, and also maybe share some words of wisdom to one of our party members, Samantha, that has found herself in a bit of a sticky situation of where her path lies going forward in her life. She's found a little bit of peace with it after a little bit of a therapy session, I suppose, with Purse, where she was able to let out her aggression, be a little bit more released, I suppose. But the party went down to Madri. He offered, surely enough, to help with a little bit of a ritual to invite the party in to meet with a certain individual known to Tamar Madri, an old teacher of theirs, back in the Feywild, someone they've known for a long time, but at least Tamar has not spoken to in several years. The ritual completed, a strange urn placed in the middle of the party, we were all think to have a question in our mind, to earnestly yearn for it, and then open our eyes and stare within the jug of calmed water taken from the ponds that were connected to the wilds. With that, Quildor, after seeing the jug almost violently shake the water, stirring and actually pouring upwards out of it, realized that it might be a bit of a danger, reaching out trying to stop the ritual before anything bad could happen, but it was already too late. The water had spilled upon the clothes and bodies of our companions, except for Quildor, who seemed to have missed every drop, as we all were drawn in the small basin of water, finding ourselves underwater in a sword, this strange illuminated place deep within the bowels of who knows where, but filled with water, although breath still found our lungs, and we were greeted by the visage of, well, some of us, probably just Persephone at this point, know to be a different version of Samantha, one taking on truly her inhuman form, more snaky form, or more divine form, I suppose. And with that, though, we began conversation of sorts. Tamar knowing who stood before them, And with the tales, the party caught on very quickly. This was not Samantha, it was the one they sought. The teacher, the Serpent of Mirrored Waters, now take on the form and inner reflection of Samantha herself. She offered the party a gift of sorts. If they had a question that they yearned to answer, she would do what she could to answer it. And more deeply, though, she would share words with Samantha, as such a thing would have to be earned, though, of course. Strange creatures formed in the water around us, seeming to be duplicates of ourselves. But as we fought them, and a little bit of Tamar's ability to strike disruption in their bodies, they seemed to deform into these just slightly humanoid forms of water before shifting back into picturesque pictures, I guess, of one of our members, constantly changing, reforming, and taking on the abilities of each of us, even reflecting our magic and things that were affecting us. So we fought. We fought and fought, trying to aid each other, but Samantha put her eyes on the prize and sought to strike out against the serpent herself, striking heavy blows, but it seems like the serpent was somewhat unperturbed by the strikes, welcoming them, defending a bit, but to strike out was just to calm tempers or heat them, as she would continue to share questions and answers between Samantha as the combat struck on, questions of who she was, how she saw the world, and why. And eventually, as we fought on, getting a bit battered, but finding victory in sight, although the serpent herself was still quite mighty, Samantha finally decided enough was enough. That the violence, the denying, the fighting against all of this was getting her nowhere. So she stopped, laid down her weapons, her magic, and accepted the vision, in part, and the lesson trying to be taught. With that, the serpent understood that Samantha had learned something. Maybe not the lesson intended, but still a lesson learned, and shared with us answering the questions that we had, one by one, some more serious than others, but at the end of it all, also shared that the swirling mass of air outside, the thing that we came here sort of seeking answers for to begin with, was indeed a creature itself, forming the winds in the sky, and that we might want to hurry back, as it was not going to stay dormant for much longer. We all somewhat assumed that the creature with such strength must have been this, winged serpent that stole a piece of the divine, and we return. Tamar sharing his newfound trust in Samantha, seeing her ability to finally let go of that anger, that hatred, that brutality, to listen. Although Samantha herself seemed to not quite be ready yet, disregarding the open hand of Tamar, saying that she needed to earn it herself now. So the party returned, whisked back into the prime material if they were ever gone, finding Quildor a bit confused and a bit angry that we all came back apparently for a fight that he missed. We informed him what was to happen. The creature in the air was certainly someone that we had to face, and we were also informed by Marjorie and Quildor that apparently, just as the serpent had said, it had not remained idle. It had dropped back down, now resting in the middle of the city, not high up in the air, aloft away from us, and surely planned to do something. And with that, we started to set off, but not before Samantha, calling upon magic tried once before, trying again now, reinfuse her mind a little bit more calmed, to try to strip away the magic in the air, to try to cut away at the storm. And she was successful, seeming to be the sand and air swirling around us, slowly starting to almost fall back into place, spreading out from her hands, from her dispelling magic, although slowly. It does not seem like the entire storm was going to be whisked away in a second. It seemed like it would slowly, inch by inch, calm. But I'm not sure if our party is willing to wait for such a thing. That's where we are. Storming after the storm, or who knows?
Well done. Give yourself some DM inspiration. Ooh.
Let's see if I have it already.
Doesn't look like it.
I
Nice.
do not. Click.
As indeed, with the end of this seemingly self-reflective journey having finally come, the Valiant Vanguard enter back into the world of the Prime, seemingly emerging from this large tea kettle that they were all sucked into, and now find themselves facing out towards the city of Roca. The storm, at least the source of the storm, seeming havingly lowered itself towards the center of the city to a point that some of you, at least one of you, may seem to begin to realize where that might be. And with a bit of magic and perhaps some clarity of mind, the storm seems to be taking its time to fade away. Perhaps even bringing a moment of calm to this place, but its source still remains. As that is where we will join you guys, with Samantha, Cool Laura, the rest of you guys heading out of the hut. The sand around you still billowing and blasting against its walls. Some of you still wounded, tired from your fight, but it does seem like there is a potential threat ahead. What exactly are you guys doing? You guys heading out? You guys taking a breather? What's up?
You all right, Persephone?
As Persephone's digging through, I have a potion. It can help.
Yeah.
But resting wouldn't be a bad idea either. Just a couple minutes, but I guess we're in a hurry.
Mandri Khan.
You can see in the back of the hut, Mandry's like taking his hands over this large kettle, and he's taking what looks to be a large cork and like shoving it down into the spout, and then seeming to secure the lid on top. Oof. Oh, yes. Anything I can help you with, my friends? Ooh.
Do you have a way to reach those, who you would trust to look after the city quickly? Have you received any word of attack or crisis?
Oh, not of yet, but if I had to assume, if this storm is a threat, their rightful watch would likely be there. The followers of Lathander keep a close eye on the city.
As much as I'm certain that we would want to run in there, logically speaking, you guys are basically half dead. You won't particularly do much if you guys die in this fight.
You look more beaten than the shadows of the storm.
I've used the last
Under
of
my
my
wings.
readily available magic to pull this storm apart, but it will take time. If we can spare it, it would be wise. Did my associates say where they were going?
Well, they were keeping an eye, well, after they fell out of the trance, it seemed, and had their own sort of moment of awakening in this water. But once they awoke, very shortly after, they saw the cloud descending, the storm growing thicker through the city. The quiet one, or at least the most vicious-looking one, headed out. He wanted to inspect it. The others followed suit, though the small, friendly serpent stuck around longer. I believe she may be closer to the gates.
The gates to
Hampton?
the park area, like this area?
Yes, the gates leading back to the city.
Sort of look down at Raziel. Do you think you could fetch her?
I can certainly try to find her. Although the storm may be thinning, it's still quite thick. But I can do my part. As his wings flutter a little bit on your shoulder, and he not kicks off, I guess, but sort of lunges off your arm and catches the air. Pulled up for a moment in the sudden breeze that now dies down, and he seems to flutter his way out through the somewhat thinning, but still rather thick and dying down sandstorm.
Yeah, tell him to not go any further than like immediately around the gate.
Intento rest. I can reassure you of where the others are.
It would be a great reassurance.
I'll just sneak past her and out into the sand. Good though. I'm sorry that you missed it. You did not get to meet my teacher. Silent as ever, I see.
The city's in danger, Tamakon.
I know. Just a bit. Just a bit, and then we will go rushing into heroics. That will arrive just at the perfect time, yes? As you can hear Tamar almost painfully sounding crack his neck, as you can start to actually see his neck starting to elongate ever so slightly. As Tamar. Gonna use 2 charges of my shifty. As Quildor, you can actually see Tamar's, once again, his arms and legs get long and thin, that shifting as his body. But the more strange note is that his ears become large and round and tall. His eyes actually like almost shrink into themselves, become these almost beady points, as he takes on this strange, lanky, and almost disturbing figure in his face of these dark, peering eyes. As gonna use 2 to check out my surroundings. Gonna use my little beast transformation to check out where our allies are within 5 miles.
Indeed. Although this storm should be impeding on your senses, with a touch of your own magic, you're able to overcome some of the overbearing scent and
20 miles.
I guess like consumption of the desert around you, until finally you sort of pick up on the slightest scent, that feeling, that pull, that tug within you in the direction close to the center of the city. You think probably near the ziggurat, the grand central point, the closest place of the gods. You smell a lot of people around there. It smells like.
Do I sense where the Mage King is? Still in his tower.
Hard to really say. He doesn't have much of a scent, but what you can latch onto, that sort of strange, I guess almost mechanical essence about him. It does seem like he's probably close to the tower. Probably inside, you assume?
What of, can you sense that other champion? Is he in the city?
Shoot my head back to you, my dark little beady eyes, 2 little spots of light and like rounded dark circles back out into the sand. As I sniff for that other champion. The Dragonborn guy?
No, he's not a champion.
What other
The
champion?
big boy.
Oh, the big
Yeah,
boy
Ramses.
champion. Yeah,
Sure.
Ramses.
Senses turn, scout the city. You're smelling lots of familiar faces, lots of familiar people. Your senses connecting and sort of giving a general distance from where they are. Again, a bit disruptive, a bit chaotic in the storm, but still able to pinpoint them to a general spot. But as you sense and sense and sense, straining yourself to do so, you don't sense Ramses.
And then turn back to her. I do not see him. Do not smell. Do not hear. He is not here.
It would have been good to perhaps fight by his side and see what he is capable of. Yeah, Samantha like almost seems to, I guess Corin and Persephone would notice, almost seem to sort of bite her own tongue, and she seems to be trying to stamp out this strange accent that slips into her voice.
Also, take it for a while. I'm also testing out that theory as Corn starts pulling out pots and pans.
Yes. As Persephone's gonna pull out the bottle of cinderberry mixed fruit juice and push it over to Corin.
Oh, also, I still have mine that you gave me.
Oh, trying to cook
Interesting.
off the excess toxins, right?
Yes.
Basically, it should be fine. I'm pretty good at that. I guess I will use my cook tools to try and just make some pancakes. That's just a side thing, but use the berry juice to like reduce it down to like a syrup. Maybe add some more liquid. Use a bit of that cactus wine. Just try to make a side syrup. And pour it on the pancakes for like 15 minutes for a short rest.
Oh,
Sure.
here. Can I give you a?
Heroic pancakes.
Can I give you the rum?
Sure. It's a lot of alcohol, guys. We're not alcoholics.
Well, no.
I mean,
instead
we're
of
not
the-
alcoholics. Samantha is.
Instead of the citrus wine. Cinderberry and rum.
Yeah, doing that as well as since I cooked a special meal with spray red short rests, you get an extra D8, basically song of rest. If you roll hit dice.
Hey.
I am rolling hit dice.
Nice.
Get
As
a short rest.
give me a cooking tools check using int.
Tamar, why do you have so many abilities?
Hey.
Oh, 15.
Still pretty good. As for the most part, these berries, again, you can see they're really strong. And at some point, the sweetness becomes almost overbearing and it's left to sort of this bitterness, but you're able to sort of work with it, reducing out what seems to be the concentrated toxin, and produce something of a really nice, tastes like a spread, I suppose. Not quite a jam, but like a thick, runny syrup. The rum added to it adds this really nice aroma for about a minute, and then immediately completely vanishes from this, as you would know once the rum has been poured out from its bottle onto a surface or onto something, it evaporates after a minute. Part of its magical ability. But you're fortunately able to make these pancakes, and as you taste them to try them, they're not quite as unbearably sweet or as horrendously bitter, but they do taste quite content, and you do find yourself a bit more hearty as you gain the benefits of consuming the cinderberries, finding yourself a bit more resilient to the forces of toxins.
I eye the pancakes with a obvious hunger, not needing any of the spread. Just asking for like powdered sugar.
I don't normally carry powdered sugar on me. I'm sorry.
Normal sugar is fine.
Not to worry, as Tamar will reach down in his little pouch. Little
Did you
bag,
steal that from Gregory?
pull out a little bag of powdered sugar, toss it over in front of you, Samantha.
Why do you have a barrel of powdered sugar?
I have a little bag of everything. Whatever I need.
That's disconcerting. Oh my god.
Picture bag. I've had that since character creation.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's perfect for Tamar. What's the
yes.
Song of Resting? It's a D8.
Yeah, you get plus 3. I already rolled it.
Samantha, you feel that bond just reaching out at you. He gave you powdered sugar.
It's real good, but I'm
Get
not.
around.
I can't consent just yet. I'm sorry. Actually, I'm looking at my character sheet, and there's a debuff that says after you switch alignment, you can't gain any other boons or buffs for at least an hour. World buff timer. I'm sorry. Didn't know that they patched that. There's all-
There's enough of these pancakes to share, right? We could share some with Quildor too.
Oh, yeah, I have plenty. I can actually share them with like 9 people.
That's a lot of
Bark.
pancakes.
Come eat some pancakes.
You
I just
want?
see Koldar stick his hand through like the doorway, just staring down this ziggurat.
Plop a pancake in your hand.
I'll put a plate on it because I also put syrup on it. I don't want syrup all over his hands.
The
Yeah,
syrup
it's
is
more so.
going to make you stronger in the upcoming fight, Quildor.
Yeah,
It's not just
it's
for
more
fun.
about. It's more about the syrup.
What kind of plate
You
is
won't
it?
throw up this time.
I don't know. I snatched a plate from Audrey Khan. I don't know what he has.
It seems very archaic, as these really nice like etchings in the side of it, old ceramic. It looks like it could have been taken care of a bit better. A lot of things in this house seem pretty, in this little hut seem to be pretty old and a little dinked and dated. Like
So just reach back and just like
grandma's
I'll just
china.
grab the plate and just mow it down, and probably you just hear this as I take a bite out of the plate as well. I'm just staring off at the storm.
No!
That
The
man
weak
is
should
dedicated to
fear
his
the
task.
strong. The weak should fear the strong.
As he just T-poses over us.
Starts with an egg, then to a plate. Just wait.
That man ate an egg. He can
Slowly
eat
turning into
anything.
Krika.
Is that a tail I see coming out of your back? So I will.
I missed it. What is our syrupy treat doing to us?
I don't know. It's Persephone. What does the Cinderberry do?
The Cinderberry syrup is not going to make you vomit this time, but
Shucks.
Too much
it
plate.
is going to give you advantage on saving throws against disease and poison for the next 24 hours.
Mm.
Could be relevant.
Yeah, just.
Yeah.
What am I gonna do here? I'm gonna do that. That's not foreboding. It's a good thing. Good sign, right? Little skull and crossbones.
Maybe near the mark on there to show that's good, like a wing and then like a thumb up, and like a color blue.
Oh wait, I gotta get my my alignment buff. There we go.
Yep. And as all this is going on, the guys are just sitting, eating, chilling, and licking your wounds. Eventually, you'd see a shape sort of pushing through the now much more thinned storm. It seems like the winds are still somewhat strong, but they're no longer trying to knock you off your feet or blind you with sand. They're just now sort of kind of blowing and tossing your cloaks and some of your more loose armor to and fro. I'll clear that up real quick. Boop. As you'd see, shortly after, Raziel and then Yanti sort of dusting a ton of sand off her body, walking past Quiller, giving him a little wave, and then entering in, just smiling the moment she sees you, Samantha, and the rest of your friends. Oh, you're alive! Very good. I thought that pot had eaten you.
I think that's a fair assessment.
All things considered, it certainly is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, poor Soraka. Okay. Were you able to find the answers to the questions you were looking for?
I think so. Mostly just seeing myself as how I want to be. I saw a big and beautiful serpent, and, well, I thought I could become it. And as much as I tried, I couldn't, and in turn I accepted what I was, and accepted the serpent I could become. I think I understand what that means. Now she just sort of shrugs, and then her body immediately falls down back into that large serpent shape.
I will see what can be done. I have a promise to keep. As I sort of hold a hand out to both Raziel and then Isaraka as she collapses down into a giant fucking snake again.
Slithers up one side, she slithers up the other. Although it seems the storm is finally clearing. Although it's been much foreboding. The thing came down to the ziggurat. It rests on top. Many people went up to confront it. But not much has been done. Not much has been seen. People are waiting for the storm to clear fully. And, well, those guards have not been seen since. I think they're still up there.
Suppose we should do anything. Once we are down, make sure that curiosity does not become the end of the.
It seems that way. As Samantha will take out that very elegant and well decorated with gemstones and fine metal goblet and put it down in front of herself. She'll take the rum runner's choice, stored with that memory of confronting and defeating Obsidious, all like this pinnacle paragon moment and all of the emotion she felt at that point, and pour it into the chalice. Though it seems at a relatively sort of higher height even for her. Each of you in your own ways have aided me in my journey thus far, some longer than others. And she looks to Persephone. And some far more recently, with a bit of, it seems, comforting kind-heartedness, she says, looking at Corin.
Thumbs up.
Tamar, Swift Hollow, Quildor. Each of you, I would need to thank in your own ways. Tamar, thank you for even thinking to ask your brother for this clarifying moment. It has brought a lot of peace to my soul. I can feel that. Swift Hollow, you have been, well, I am not sure if it is the mask or if it is truly Swift Hollow. It has been harder for me to see than perhaps for someone like Persephone. But the you that I have seen, well, does not seem to take issue with who I am now, or who I was, or who I may become. And that in itself brings me great comfort. And Quildor, there was a point in time, a long time ago, where I thought you may be a vestige. A duplication of something that I thought I already had, but that was proven to be untrue quite quickly. And I thank you for being the dependable sword and shield of the Vanguard in all its respects, especially most recently. You have stepped up in a way that deserves true commendation, though I cannot give it to you. I am no queen or empress, but if I were, I would. I ask you all, in this moment, before we journey to this ziggurat and confront something that both saddens and infuriates me, you share a drink with me. A simple one. But a sip from this chalice. Taste the victory that I have felt before, even if you were not there. And know that we will taste victory again against what it is we face. And she will raise the chalice up and take a decent sip. Before passing it.
Who do you pass it to first?
Persephone.
Good.
Shots.
Persephone's just gonna take the goblet and just smile brightly at Samantha before giving it a sip. And then passing it to Swift Hollow.
What does the alcohol look like? Just like rum.
Rum. Dark.
Rum. TM. Sure. Like swish it around and then take a sip.
This is the rum we have from the boat. Isn't it?
Indeed. She says as she corks it back up, moving to put it back in her bag. It has been a source of comfort ever since we found it on that boat. As
Passes
assuming
it to coin. As himself. Throw it at him. Alright, catch, idiot. Deflect
I batted
this.
away.
Oh wait, no, that's the wrong person.
Eels of alcohol.
His corn takes the goblet. He'll look at everyone and say, I've only known you guys for 2 days, but I can say that you guys are my, starts counting on his fingers, 72nd best friends.
Yeah.
Aww! We're in the first 100!
So take a drink and pass this tomorrow.
There you go, my friend. Samantha, we have come a long way. It was not too long ago, no. And my doubts about you, but all of these. But I'm glad that I stayed. However, if you are wishing to get me drunk and lose the beat, it's going to take more than ease. He starts taking a drink with a big old grin on his face. Glenda! As I take the glass, take a plate, put the glass upside down the plate, and Quildor, as soon as you come walking in the door, there is just a plate with an upside down glass just spinning through the air at you. Catch!
I'll catch the plate.
As give me a dexterity saving throw. Reflexes.
Oh, Samantha.
Yep. Just over Samantha's head, able to catch it. It almost tips and falls, but your finger's able to just barely catch on. Catching this plate level without it spilling on anyone.
Your turn. We shall drink.
Why?
Did you miss that whole thing where Samantha went around telling everyone how much she appreciated us?
I think he's been more preoccupied with the wind outside. He's been pretty out of it.
We need to drink when Samantha appreciates us now.
It was a moment, I guess. I think that's what our moments are.
So just drink the cup and throw it to the ground. Oh, we're ready to go.
Tamar hops to his feet.
Very expensive goblet. Bing!
Samantha's snakes and eyes just sort of look down at her 3-digit goblet and conjures up a mage hand to
Oh,
pick it
Persephone's
up.
getting it. Persephone's getting it.
Good job, servant girl.
Persephone's friend. Persephone grabs the goblet and gives it back to Samantha. Just dusting it off lightly.
Good job, PC mage hand. Proud of you.
As each of you get 17 temporary hit points.
Oh no. I get one more temporary hit point.
Hey, that's the difference between life and death right there, right?
Be careful, valiant Vanguard. Your storm is dying, but the threat that created it still lingers.
Hey,
You'll
that's
be
my brother.
fine. You'll be fine. As you guys step out from the shimmering pond and make your way out from the King's Gardens into closer to the heart of Roka, still in the King's District. You guys find yourselves making your way closer to where it looks like the heart of the storm is. Again, at this point, by the pace you're walking, unless you are sprinting as fast as you can, seems as if the storm seems to be letting up as you go. The air around you, this tempest that billows around your cloaks and loose clothing, now start to die down, becoming more of a gentle breeze, but you can still see the cloud persisting around the center of this ziggurat. But as you venture closer and closer, maybe about 5 or 10 or so minutes, the crowds around sort of begin to thin, or rather opposite. They begin to thicken as people are trying to watch to see what's going on. And it's by the time you've reached the foot, I guess, of the gladiatorial stadium, getting closer to the ziggurat, you notice that what remains of this cloud above, now hovering just above the head of the ziggurat, has been basically parted. This long, swirling vortex of wind having died down, not just on the outside of the storm, but on the inside as well, leaving this tall funnel of dark cloud opening up to a soft beacon of bright golden light, almost spotlighting at the top of the ziggurat. By the time you reach the foot of this great structure, you'd find several people being ushered away by the same guards you'd seen just days before. Those trying to see what's going on, looking up towards the top, you can hear them muttering and calling out words of confusion and concern. It sounds as if something had landed on top of the ziggurat. The rightful watch, as you've known them, the paladins of Lathander, who act as the deepest and strongest guard of this city besides the Wizard King himself, have already ventured up the height of the ziggurat to confront whatever this potential invader is. They assume it is a threat, and as the Wizard King is still supposedly in recovery, they are somewhat acting in his stead. As you find yourselves at the foot of this large ziggurat, with countless people all around you, sort of a crowd to push your way through, or otherwise clout your way through to reach the top.
Samantha will step forward a bit, seeing this assembled crowd and the. Would you say they were called the guard force?
The Rightful Watch.
Rightful Watch. Okay. Calling on a bit of thaumaturgy, but at the same time, speaking at almost like not a whisper, but like a lower tone, but just sort of empowering her voice as she does so. We are the valiant vanguard, champions of the arena, and adventurers of, well, all of Mobia, dragon slayers. This storm seems to be presenting a problem. We wish to be of assistance.
And as your voice calls out, a number of people actually turn to face you, and they see like a wave of relief wash over their faces as, indeed, champions of Roka, as you guys are well very known. I've arrived at the foot of the ziggurat at the middle of this crisis, and it's shortly after some of them start, like, pointing, trying to give direction, saying there's something up there, something dangerous, check it out. Oh, it's fine, it can't be that bad. Please, for the love of God, wake up the Wizard King. You'd see some faces appear out of the crowd. A couple of familiar ones, both Izael and Vistus, having slinked their way out, finding you through that calling, that carrying of your voice. As you see him, like, the first one that probably approaches you and speaks immediately would be Izael. His eyes, his expression, normally this sort of deadpan, uninterested stare, is now completely focused like a beast ready to strike. As he just steps forward, glaring into your eyes. He's here. It is him. I know it.
Good.
I have sensed as such. His magic permeated through the air, and I have stripped it away. Now we will put an end to this farce. Assuming, of course, and she looks to the rightful watch. God, that just like slips my mind immediately. To the wonderful Lathander paladins, and are they making way for us, or are they like confronting us still?
Oh, you're hanging out with the guards. The rightful watch have already made it to the top.
Oh, okay. I thought they had some of their like lieutenants or whatever at the bottom, or
oh no.
So the guards make way.
Oh yeah. If you usher your way forward and they see you're the dragon slayers, you are the champions of the arena, they will part a path for you leading up to the stairwell. The tall, rising steps that lead up to the top of the ziggurat, although it's going to be a bit of a climb.
How since the last time we climbed up it, how long did it take?
Let's see. Probably about a couple minutes. If you guys are booking it up the stairs, it'll only take you a couple of minutes. Yeah, power walking probably is about 5 or so minutes.
Okay.
It is fucking tall ass. It is a pyramid you're walking up.
My time for waiting is over. Let us depart. As
Let's start pluck some feathers.
Well said.
Shall we fight with you? I wish to draw my blade.
I promised you a confrontation. And a confrontation you will be granted.
Good.
You as well, Vistus. Your revenge is only up a flight of stairs.
I wasn't going to ask anyway.
That is like you. That is like you. And so I sort of look down to the wrapped around bundle and sort of bring my cloak in a bit closer, wearing the ethereal like veil and my other armor. And you just try to stay out of trouble. Sort of looking down at Isaraka.
And she would immediately just unlatch from your arm and slither down. I wish not to be fighting in the battlefield. I am not much of a fighter. Just come get me when it is done, okay?
Let's see if you can find a good seat in the stands. I'm sure it is going to be. As Samantha sort of stretches her neck and cracks it a bit as energy goes up the lengths of her arms and over her head and into her snakes as this golden energy channels through all of them. And she calls on her crown of stars. A sight to remember.
And she'll slither off and find a safe place.
Watching her and Samantha go, having plenty of time throughout these days to study. Special prey. Setianti. Target locked in.
Go for it, go for it. All right.
Power walk up the stairs. Cast your buffs now. We have 5 minutes. Cast your buffs and drink your
As we
potions.
start hiking up the steps, carrying Corin on my back. He's a little guy, but not used to carrying people all that much. What they make this a little bit more comfortable. Yes, my friends. As again, take a little bottle off his waist, take a big old deep glug of it, using 3 charges as Tamakan starts to engorge. As he's gonna put Corin on his shoulder instead of on his back. As he starts taking big old wide steps up the ziggurat.
All right. Becoming a big boy for, I'm assuming, an hour?
Yeah. Using
All
3
right.
charges.
Becoming a sight to behold. As you guys will make, unless there's anything else you guys will do, you guys will be making your way up the steps through this billowing wind that now seems to be dying ever so slower the closer you get to the core. You still feel the wind brushing against you, but no longer sand is buffeting you. Seems like it's the final last push before you reach this seeming oasis at the top, where that light continues to shine down.
Do I have to concentrate on spells from my ring?
Yes.
Yeah, the thing I avoid is the casting component, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just gonna do it just because I usually don't have the opportunity to. As halfway up the stairs, my scales and the like also bristle and grow. Is just a thin and thicker in certain parts, more protective areas. This sort of jade armor grows over Samantha's entire form. As I'm just gonna cast some stone skin just for shits and giggles.
All right. Covering yourself in your jade armor.
Jade armor. Yum.
Step
Approach
by
the
step
store.
by step.
A storm is approaching me, so if I disappear out of nowhere, you'll know why.
Oh gosh.
Oh boy,
We're
thematic.
we're also wrestling with a storm.
Okay. You climb and you climb and you climb, reaching each of the multicolored layers of the ziggurat. Last time you were here, you had taken something of a tour of this place. A place tended to by the serene eternity, these clerics that seem to watch over many of these layers of the ziggurat. This basically temple to all the gods of Hearth, within containing a vestige, a moniker, even just a single effigy of some of the new and old divinities that have been basically worshipped all throughout the history of Hearth. But only now at this point does it become apparent that this place seems to be a focal point of all holy life here. As the closer you reach to the top of these steps, you can hear this soft, almost thunderous pulse as you feel shortly after a gust of wind brush over you guys. It's no longer the storm that now seems to be slowly fading to a gentle gust around you. It's something else. Something pushing and pulling at the air with sheer power. Until finally, at the end of this ascent, you can hear through the cutting of the air some voices calling out. One of them slightly familiar, a soft feminine voice, now a bit more panicked in its nature, clinging to something that tries to drag itself away. Please, no, what are you doing? Don't approach that! Don't approach that thing! As you come up the stairs to see a familiar face, the Tabaxi who leads the Serene Eternity, Ailuros, one who Luna had spent some considerable amount of time with to understand her connection to the dead, clinging to the shoulder of one of her acolytes, who seems to be like endlessly pulling against her grasp. This clawed hand holding so tightly onto her shoulder, trying to keep this woman in place, but she pulls and fights, not like viciously or violently, but just as if mindlessly. As you look up the steps and you see more dressed as her, stepping forward in this sort of slow, staggered gait towards the grandest, tallest height of the ziggurat. Surrounding this great height are a number of men, clad in cloaks to protect them from the wind and sand, but protected by what looks to be folds of brass and bronze plate armor, swords and shields strapped to their arms, held at their sides, almost protectively facing towards the center. Just next to the greatest height, you'd see a somewhat familiar face, another one of these rightful watch knights, although he stands out amidst the storm with a hair of bright, rolling flame. Warden Seerfreet, met only briefly during your time of meeting the Wizard King, who now stands before the final height of this grand ziggurat. And there's nothing standing at the great height. There's just this man. I guess you could really call him a man. Humanoid in shape, about the same size as you as anyone else. Thin shoulders, but this strange presence of strength beneath the folds of what look to be ornate, dusted robes. Green skin clad in scales. A face drawn out from its cheeks to a long point like that of a serpent. A thin, winding tongue lashing out from his mouth as he speaks to these creatures with what can only be called an inhuman grin across his face. And keeping him aloft, afloat above this top of the ziggurat, this place closest for man to reach the gods, are a pair of bright, opalescent wings that shine now in this, what truly be called a god ray, illuminating his presence here on the ziggurat. That which casts bright lights shimmer down to the ground around him, almost like stained glass through his immaculate body. And upon his forehead, adorned is a twisted-looking crown of bright, shimmering silver, centered by a dark, irrepressibly dark onyx orb. Though to the eyes of the knowing, well, you may recognize it as something else, as you arrive at the top of the ziggurat, bearing witness to what can only be called a winged serpent. As that same pulse feeling as this thing's wings flap through the air. You see his eyes glaring down at this individual you'd met before, Warden Seerfreet. Before he smiles, and almost as if expecting you, his eyes roll up to face you. And then a look of disappointment cuts across this very inhuman face. Oh, I'd had hoped to see the Wizard King. But perhaps this shall do. Tell me, was it you mortals who cut through my storm? Very impressive. Very impressive.
I am glad you are impressed. So you know what it is you face. Or perhaps you don't. We are the valiant vanguard, and we have come to put an end to this.
Valiant Vanguard. Yes, yes. I have heard this name before. Very potent champions from across this land. You've been to this city of the gods before. Paid your respects in the arena. You have my appreciation. All forms of prayer are accepted. I suppose this makes for a grand opportunity. As he sort of flutters his wings and just gently, almost perfectly lands with his feet on the ground beneath him. I am always due to accept champions of the arena into my rank. Those who would serve the gods would do good to serve the living god, the Ascendant One. I come here to offer this city a choice, but before I do, champions of the arena, I give you a choice of your own. Would you find yourself aligned to the god-to-be, the Ascendant One, the winged serpent? Would you bend your knee for the invincible? Or would you find yourself like so many other non-believers? Would you choose the path of self-damnation? Would you choose your own death?
I do not know what it is about these sands, but so many pretenders rise to the occasion, it seems. And it seems you do not know who I truly am. Se'eth, the winged serpent. I am Samantha Deus, blessed of the Serpent Empress, Primarch of the Valiant Vanguard, apprentice primum cellum to Tenzin, and slayer of Obsidius the Pretender. And it seems, for the crimes of blasphemy and all that you intend to enact here in Roka and in Darunga, the slayer of Se'eth the Winged Serpent, you have taken what is not yours twice over. And, though you have had a deaf ear to the teachings of Medusa, they have come, and you will be educated. It seems, by force.
Ah, I love it when mortals talk. I love to hear the words they speak. Oh, they always talk to the heavens. I too was once as hopeful as so many of you. I look to the skies, to the voices that once called that reached us, the great Serpent Empress, the promises she gave. I too once dreamed to become something greater. But I have gained clarity since. I have seen what truth lies beyond. I know what her truest lesson was to be. Greed is all that lies at the hearts of mortals. All mortals are monsters. But we can overcome this. Satiate it, feed it. Consume what lies before us, for it is a gift of the Empress. And the Empress is no more. All that lies now is Siseth. If this is your answer, valiant Vanguard, if this is your answer, Samantha Deus, I welcome you to try. As he just extends his arms outward. And bear witness to the winged serpent.
You just have it. As many of you feel the bond going into place.
I'm going to break that little
As the-
man's face.
As the winds seem to die down, I need you guys, in this moment, to roll me some initiative as everything becomes eerily still. You can see the knights surrounding this man holding their swords at the ready, Warden Seyerfried standing staring at the winged serpent silently.
Ooh.
Tamar, Persephone, Quildor, and Swifthollow. You can all add D4 on that baby.
Oh, that's right. So that puts that
Yeah, why not? Yeah.
And
7.
click this. Oh, fuck. You got 23. There. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I wish you could see my face, Omen, but the cameras are broken. But it was difficult for me to talk because of how much I was smiling.
Oh yeah.
Now you're finally done doing all that.
All right.
I know.
Yeah,
I
restart.
didn't have myself selected the first time, so I just rolled again just to add me on there. But I took the first number.
All right. As Tamar Khan first to go, your magic taking hold of your allies. What's that?
My initiative's 28.
Okay. Oh, there we go.
God
Oh,
damn.
there you go. That's Quildor. Fucking ready to go. Blade drawn, ready to strike.
Yep.
What do you do?
Quickly, I'm looking at the paladins and Warden Saphir. How do they look? Do they look like they? Because I don't trust paladins around someone that's claiming to be a god. Do they
Give
look
me
like
an
they're still
insight check.
intent on attacking them?
Insight check, baby. Ooh, real good. As this creature's been talking, you've been eyeing his defenses, looking for a place to strike, but your eye has also fallen onto these loyal to the gods creatures, these ones who serve the god Lathander. Your time here, you know that the Rightful Watch are very devout to their divinity. They're willing to fight and die for their god, and the thing that catches you off guard is they're not attacking him. They're not striking at this obvious monster. They've been standing here with sword and shield in hand facing him, unmoving, almost as if not even aware of your own presence. There is something definitely off about them.
Based on their posturing, do I, in my experience in military tactics and training troops, does it look like they're going to pivot and attack us?
Hard to say. I'd say with your experience, it's definitely a possibility. If you approach one of them, they'd probably, if they're ready to attack, they could probably turn and strike you. They're pretty trained soldiers.
All right. There. So I will. Where to go? I'm going to then Misty Step.
Okay.
And
The moment you step-
like,
Yeah, the moment you step foot there, you can see Seth's eyes turn to you, still gloating with his arms spread, sort of ushers you closer, but then sees creatures standing next to him. Are you going to let your god be defied by a mere mortal? As immediately you could turn and see this person you've known for quite some time, Warden Seerfried, this fire-souled creature, immediately turn his head to you, and in his eyes there's a glimpse of color that's normally not there, these two bright amber pits, sheen with the slightest gleam of emerald. As you see him draw his sword and immediately strike out at you.
just knowing this is coming, the shield goes up.
Yeah. Cutting close, but not doing it.
They've been turned. As I will just swing down at Sir Feet.
All right, give me that attack. Ooh, as that'll cut. Let's see, 30. Ooh, mamma mia. 38. Nice. As your strikes all but... Whoop. Boop, 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 boop. Nope, all three of those attacks will connect. It seems like he's just striking out at you with his sword. But, as he takes a damage, You can see that the edge of your flame that catches to his body doesn't seem to burn quite as harshly into him. But he does take the blow. He staggers back and looks up to you, and immediately you hear in this deep, sort of guttural voice, "You will not lay a hand on the divine."
They'll just kind of look down. The paladins are corrupt. Do with them as you will, but they are just corrupt. Knock them out if you can. So that'll be my turn.
And as you say that, you can see Seth sort of shrug his shoulders a little bit and look over you. "Quite perceptive, mortal. It's a dangerous blade you hold there. But alas, such cannot harm the divine." As he speaks these words, the air around him begins to shimmer, and you see from his body this soft bead of light begin to emanate and fill the air ever so gently around him. As he emanates this soft little glow of light, like a halo almost, his wings spread fully and this ring begins to surround him, the air shimmering slightly and growing heavier as it seems like he's starting to step forward. As Tamarkan.
I don't know if we've gone over this. I guess I'm slowed, right, with a little corn on my back.
He is 2 sizes smaller than you, so no.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I speed up when I get bigger. Nice. As yeah, the bar in my right hand and cord on my left shoulder. If you say, "What have you, lady?" As I just take a heavy step forward and just swing outwards with the bar, striking at this armored individual that seems to be ready for a fight. As I aim my question at the one that sort of brought us on a tour before. As I aim my direction at her, but swinging out with my bar, trying to catch this other one to the side before she's too slow to act.
Sure. Ooh, as it seems like in her dazed state, she immediately reacts, trying to raise her arms. Doesn't seem like she's actually armed until you bash into her, catching in the armor. And actually, that will connect. Yeah, smacking into her arms and knocking her aside. You can see Iluris is still holding on to her, trying to keep her back. As that'll connect.
Like Iluris is struggling against.
It looks like she's. It looks like she is trying to keep this lady from walking forward.
Nice. As I just bash into the side of her with the bar, pull back for just a second, and in my monkey ways, study her for just half a second. How hardy did that blow? I put a little bit of strength behind it, but not a ton, just to measure the waters. How
Seems like she's pretty capable in terms of just how tough she is. She's mostly just seems to be like that of a normal woman, probably blessed with some magic or otherwise. Having endured all sorts of fastings and the like that come with the divine life, especially one as devout as these.
Gotcha. As I will kick up off the ground, taking Corin up into the sky with me, as I fly overhead, landing soundly in front of her, and with Iluris trying to hold her back, a dart goes flying out of the palm of my hand, sized like a crossbow bolt at this point, trying to dig into just into the leg behind me.
Into still her?
Yeah.
Gotcha. As that'll connect, stabbing into her leg, she immediately falters. Ugh.
Sneak attack go.
Ooh, mama. As it seems like she almost completely falls to her knee, pretty wounded.
As I will yeah, it's fine. Like, leave her to you, yes? As I look back up to the cat woman, as I start taking steps towards these other ones. See if she wants to take a swing at me or not. She's got a weapon right now.
As you step forward, you see her just sort of stammering on the ground, not actually trying to attack out at you. As Iluris pulls her back. Something, a thing, it took their minds.
As Tamar will bring up a leg and just this gigantic roundhouse kick, just plowing his leg through the air with a little bonus action, gonna swing out, and with a little flurry of blows as well, going to bring in legs. First strike, hitting both of them though with a little horde breaker.
Did you get your extra 2d4 because you're a big boy on your damage rolls?
Oh, I did not. I didn't click it. Oh no.
You big boy.
Too big.
Oh no. Oh no, I don't want to kill her. Fuck. Hopefully that's not enough to kill her.
Oh, as she's just
yeah, she
barely keeping on her feet.
Oh, thank God.
Oh my god!
You mean her foot? Her foot. I mean, the other leg's gone.
Yeah, basically the dart's like pinning her to the ground at this point.
Has one kick south, one kick north,
That'll hit.
one kick
And
south.
that'll hit. Ow, ow, ow. So south, north, south.
South, north, and south.
Okay, so that seems
That's
like
fine.
your blows are doing good to knock these creatures, at least out of some of the fight out of them, but they still seem to be slumping forward, almost mindlessly towards the center of the ziggurat.
I guess I should do it first. It's fine, I'll do it on the last attack. So I'm going to stunning strike both of them, but only on the last attack to make it easier.
Okay.
One to both of them.
Do 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 do.
Hey,
And do 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 do.
hey. Just knocking them both silly. Whirlwind of action jumping into the fray.
Stopping them in their tracks.
That's me.
All right. As you do so, you can see the wings of Seth lift him up off the ground as he will take quite a distance above the ziggurat, going about, how can you, ooh, yeah. Take himself about 80 feet above the top of the ziggurat.
God that runs away. Funny.
As Persephone.
When Coulter mentions that the people are charmed, Persephone just nods, knowing what she's got to do. I'm going to try to snap some of them out of it. And with a skip, she's going to use as a bonus action, poof, hidden paths. Go over here. And with my action, using my gift from the sweet summer queen, what is it called? My gift of the life keeper, I am going to cast Greater Restoration on him to uncharm him. That takes out 4 charges.
Nice.
Mm.
Let's see. Do. As indeed, you put your hand on his shoulder and pump that magic, and you see his eyes immediately turn to face you, his blade turning, aiming your direction, but when the magic flows through him, he blinks, and you can see, in the look of his eye, that sort of slight emerald shimmer. If it was like glass, it seems to immediately shatter from his eyes, and he blinks himself back into consciousness. What is going on? What is happening?
Your
You
men
were
have been
charmed.
contaminated.
He looks up at Seth, who's now just floating above, smiling. Blasphemy!
Help us out. The others are charmed as well. As Persephone is going to use her movement, and I am going to fly up 40 feet. Just to get away from the thick of it.
All right.
And that's my turn.
All right. As Swift Hollow, this creature flies high above in the air. Your allies throws into the thick of combat. It sounds like some of these things that should be your allies are now your enemies. What do you do?
Oh, and you, Seth, why'd you have to go up 80 feet? I had to go do Pythagorean theorem. Distance I had to go.
Geometry.
Shake fist angrily. Just so Peter knows. How many times can you do that? No. Or is that just like, and that's
That's
my
new.
one use. That's it.
Well, it's shiny and new, but for Peter's usage, I have a total of 10 charges, and that cost me 4.
Oh, okay. So it's inevitable. Okie doke. Oh, you saved the important guy. Yeah. Do these priestess look like the paladins, or are they just like priests?
You recognize them last time. They're just the Serene Eternities. They're just the priests that run this place, sort of run all the floors, whether it's the Raven Queen's slight corner of religious following or otherwise the deepest, darkest, most unknown gods. They don't seem like they're particularly well armored, save for some leathers, and they don't seem like they're attacking anyone, despite Tamarkan battering into their bodies. They seem like they're just sort of zombie walking towards the top of the ziggurat.
Follow. As she quickly, deftly steps forward, brandishing her dagger, she throws them both at. this guy.
All right. Give me those daggers.
Seems to have his back turned towards us.
Throw those daggers.
Throwing the daggers. There you are.
Oh, 25 will definitely hit as these blades stabbing into his back. He lurches forward in pain. Ugh! Immediately turns back to face you. You can see this helmet made of porous holes turn, and just the slightest gleam of color inside as its attention now turns to you.
And she summons her daggers back, and I guess I can't dodge. Oh, okay, I'm going to cheat. I'm going to say I use that as a bonus action. Main action, I dodge! I reverse time. That's it. That's my turn. Quickly throwing my daggers with depth speed as I focus my attention on defense.
All right.
Get into the reserve Sutalo and I will put him to sleep.
As Samantha, you can see your prey rising above the ranks. Your allies dealing with what seems to be mind-taken soldiers. But here you are in this final hour. What do you do?
You're muted.
There's a thing I want to do, but it's not supported by the action economy, and that's unfortunate. Why does grappling have to be an action?
Science.
Stupid.
Get multi-attack real quick.
Yeah, just get multi-attack super fast. It's fine.
There's a spell for that.
This is Misty Step supremacy, is what I see. Let's see here. Yeah, 60 feet up too, so it doesn't even matter. I can't get to him and grapple him at the same time. It's just not possible. So Samantha, just seeing him casually raise up further away. You are disillusioned, but you cannot run from heaven, Seth. As one of my serpents channeled this golden light, just seems to sort of follow him up as Cody just opens up his maw and poof, a golden beam streaks across the battlefield up towards him.
All right, this beam flying towards him. Give me that attack roll.
Why are there two of them? Whatever.
Oh.
It's a 29.
As flying with unerring accuracy, this beam of light flying straight towards the Seth, who stands there, arms widened. The blast hits him right in the face. And the magic, still searing against him, glows bright. And then it stays. And stays. And the light seems to coalesce and turn almost like it's being drawn into a vortex. And then you can see as the light fades, the crown he wears on his head glows dimly with a halo. The orb at its center warbling as the light seems to be consumed inside of it. And although it seemed this thing struck him true, his head lowers. And he stares down at you, completely unperturbed.
Does it seem like it was the crown for all of that?
I don't know, roll my Arcana check.
Immense Arcana. Can I take a passive 24?
Roll me an Arcana check.
Happen. 25.
It definitely seems as if this thing, I mean, whether it was the crown or it was the clear sphere embedded inside of it, the magic you launched at this thing, the spell you cast and targeted it with, was not just stopped, but it hit. It should have hit, but it was consumed and swallowed away.
But not from any other magical effect on him that I could perceive. Literally just the item on his head and or
Seems like
associated components. Let's see if we can get that crown off his head. That is going to be a problem. As... Their action... What's it gonna be? That was a bonus action.
Oh, it doesn't work.
I don't really want to hit the fucking duders. Do I have a thing for them? I don't. How far is he? Yeah, that will, Oh, you know what? I can actually just do that. I'll just take the fucking dash action. That's fucking brilliant.
Okay.
GG, pass turn.
Yeah. Moment time, this guy runs past you. He takes a sword in hand, eyes fading to you, and he's gonna swing out at you.
What, this guy?
Yeah.
Does he have, like, Sentinel or something? Or am I, like...
Yeah, you run up to him. Seems like you run past him. His eyes return to face you guys. See the moment Quilder appeared next to him, one of the guys attacked. He's coming to swing at you.
Alright.
Bada boom! Woof, whiffing through the air.
Just barely misses.
Is that turn?
Yep.
All right. As Freak coming back to his senses, sort of shaking his head, fire reigniting on his head. You champions, take care of that serpent. I'll keep my men busy. As he'll turn forward, blade in hand, and throw himself at one of his allies. Snap out of it! Remember your vows! Do not let this thing take your mind! As he will swing up at his ally, trying to knock some sense into him.
Hey.
Let's see. Nice. 3 attacks. Bah! Ooh!
Hey!
Mamma mia, cutting at this boy bad. 5, 9, 14. Nice. 2. Ooh. Swinging up to this guy, but immediately barely catching it with the edge of this thing's shield. Its defense is raised just the last minute. And finally, bah! Ooh, this time pushing away his commander's weapon, seeming now to square off against him fully. Remember who your brothers are! As Vistis, at the back of the ziggurat, seeing this creature floating above, just sort of smiles. Now is my moment. As on fleet foot he shall move quite quickly, very similar to how Miss Swift Hollow seems to move, although it does take him a bit to squeeze past one of his newfound allies, only making it about here or so, even with some immense speed. There we go. As he's squeezing through those big old legs of yours. You see him reaching down to his side and seeing these enemies taking shape. He's going to pull out a dagger in hand. And where are you? There you are. Oh, come on. There we are. Beautiful. I will cut my way to them, but I shall be gentle with you. As his blade in hand, he's going to swing up. Oh, no closer. There you go. Swing up and try to cut after this thing that swung at you, Samantha. Stabbing out with his dagger, getting 3 attacks. Oh, look at that. I made you strong. Bah. Oh, this time catching, just barely getting into his armor, but not making it close or through enough before he gets deflected away. Fast are you? Stabs again, and stabs again. Ooh, the second one being deflected away, but catches the blade in his hand in the middle of the deflection and stabs into him, catching him just in the side, doing, 13 damage. Or 17 damage. There you go. As Izael stares up at this creature floating above. Blasphemer! No more shall you sully her name. No more shall you sully my empress. As he aims his hand up to the sky, and you can see some familiar-looking green energy crackling in his palm. As it seems like he conjures up some somewhat hectic-looking magic and fires 2 bolts up at this guy, firing a couple of Eldritch Blasts. Let's see. Boop. Boo, boo. As both go flying through the air, Seth, having recovered from that blast of magic to his face, looks down and just weaves to and fro woof, woof, around the attacks. Worshippers of a wrong god. You will all soon learn. As these men start to act, making their way, not you up there. There we go. Making their way up to his commander. You can see the sword swing just around the corner. A little bit of cover on his side, but he's going to be swinging at his commander. Woof. Ooh, catching into his side, doing 6 damage. 81. Woof. And, ooh, that also connects. Cutting into the commander's side. Remember your vows! Last blade coming in. Woof. This time, able to deflect it. Brother, stop. As Corrin, riding on the back of Tamar Khan, seems like some of the allies are turning into enemies, but others are still quite formidable. What do you do?
How tall is Tamar Khan?
Twice as tall as he was before, so 12 feet?
12 feet. Yep. But you're on my shoulder, probably like 10 feet up.
That's still fall damage. What's the height difference between all these like stairs?
Each one's about 5 feet higher.
And so I will attempt to just kind of hop off of his shoulder. Can I like hop off of this guy and then hop here?
Yeah. I'm gonna give you what's landing in difficult terrain? Is it like just a straight up dexterity check or acrobatic check? DC 10, I think.
10 acrobatics check.
I'm gonna ask for yeah, we're gonna go for a slightly harder. We'll do DC 15 because you're bouncing off a dude. Otherwise, you'll land right next to him. Oh, as you run and kick your foot on his head, immediately lurches and you fall not right on top of him, but right next to him instead on the ground. As you land next to him, still on the ground, still on your feet, not falling prone, but not bouncing off where you want to go.
That's fine. I'll still run. Actually, what's my move? 35. I will continue running forward. Just ignoring that guy if he wants to take a swipe at me.
Doesn't seem like he's able to. He's already swinging at Samantha.
I'll look around to my party member and say, sorry, best friend number 75, 76, and 78. Flames are pretty indiscriminate, as I will go into my rage. But because of that, y'all take 7 fire damage.
Except for Persephone, she's like 40 feet in the air.
Oh, that's right. You're all the way up there.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Coulter, we'll take
Samantha.
Both of you guys are.
See the fire just hit Quildor's. It seems like it just kind of burns off in this almost green hue and hint of flame.
Hey.
Yep, but also with going into rage, I get to move half of my movement speed. Is it this one?
Mm-hmm.
So that's another... that much? So is he like 80 feet from this?
Yes.
Or 80 feet up? That's still pretty low. From down here, I will just kind of wave up at him and say, "Hey, do you want to talk? I want to talk. I want to know about you." That'll be my turn.
All right.
I can't reach him. He'll come
As he
down.
sits in the air, wings flapping, he looks around this ever-condensing field of battle, looking down at this tiny creature calling up to him. You can see that smile spread across his face. You wish to know more about the divine. Perhaps demonstration should be your greatest gift. As he'll hold out his hands for a moment and sort of reach up to his crown, you see that same shimmer of light run across its surface, and then he seems to grasp some of it and pulls it away. This small spark of radiant light that crackles in the air, and he gives it a tough squeeze, holding it tightly until it begins to crackle and undulate. You can see both ends of his hands suddenly surge with a length of this almost like radiant lightning writhing like that of a serpent until he gives it a harsh shake, and the serpent is tamed. And it becomes this long, straight-looking shape that he holds in his hand, surveying the field. Let's see, oh golly. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Which of the Valiant Vanguard will I throw?
Oh. Is it me?
Seeing this large beast with an ally next to him gathered together, he turns to you, Tamarkan, and smiles. Slaying of a great beast. This will make a tremendous moment for all to witness. As he reels back, and you can feel that, again, that pulse in the air, his wings drawing backwards, and almost like between them, a single thread of light seeming to spread and catch the end of this spear until it pulls back on that string, and you realize, almost like using his wings as the bow itself, he aims an arrow and releases it. The air pulses around you, flying just over your head, Corin, Samantha. Under your feet, Persephone aims straight at you, Tamarkan, flying incredibly fast, a bolt of radiant light.
As I wheel around and bash my forearms together, steam seems to erupt, not steam, mist seems to erupt from my bracers, disguising my body for just a second. Hopefully it's an
Nice.
attack roll.
It certainly is.
Hey!
As this thing is flying towards your defenses raise, a moment of disconcern as this divine arrow strikes. Ooh, just barely missing. Zoof. And as it does, you
21 AC.
feel this slight skim against your body, the gentlest graze, and that light immediately permeates in you, Tamarkan. As though the attack misses you, you still take half the damage, 30 radiant damage, coursing and burning your hair. And the moment it stops, skidding past your body, it seems to catch in the air for a moment before suddenly erupting, arrows flying from its surface. Large, glowing feathers erupting in all directions. As you're fine. Ooh, wait. Yeah, you're fine. I'm gonna need Swift Hollow and these two unfortunate souls to make some dexterity saving throws, as from that shot, multitudes of arrows are flying out, trying to pierce you with their radiant light. Ooh, I think I'm gonna fail their saves, actually.
I gotta make one too.
Nope, you're
On
fine.
me? Oh,
Nope, you're fine. Like a lightning arrow, baby.
Can I just do it anyway? Just
You want to just roll the number? As with incredible speed, Swift Hollow, you see these arrows fly out in all directions. And you pull yourself away, just barely avoiding some of them. This thing is
Swift Hollow.
ridiculously fast.
you feel
Oh, yeah.
the bond.
Oh,
You're
yeah.
bonded! Let's
All
see!
right, Let's
Got a
let's
50-50.
go.
Hey!
The bond.
God.
As how do you nimbly dodge all these attacks?
Yeah. So yeah, seeing this hail
Ooh,
of arrows, like seeing it come to my Conspithal instinctively gets defensive, but then turning her attention back towards the serpent, but then looking to see this bright, brilliant light of multiple needles, I guess, arrows of explosion. Conspithal quickly and deftly sort of weaves and webs her way around them, sort of in her own almost inhuman way, able to deftly dodge all of them.
The mist disperses. Looks like Tamar just explodes in a form of mist and light, showering all around him. The mist just wipes away. Tamar's just standing there with a big old grin on his face. You have to do better than not to slay these beasts, my friend.
As next to you, Tamarkan,
A worthy prey. That's what Hull looks up to Seth.
you can see the feathers land all around you, covering the ground before they seem to fade away into light.
Oh, no.
And pierced by them, falling down. You can see a couple of these priests hit the ground hard. Their stillness betraying them. As Seth flaps his wings, flying forward through the air. Let's see, 5, 10, 15. Making his way just about... Sure, let's go right about here. This point, 5, 10, 15. Technically being, at this point, 80 feet above there, so... 95 feet above where you guys are. There we are. Weakened followers shall fall by the wayside. You've given your chance away to kneel, offered by the voice of another. The winged serpent shows no mercy. There we go. As that'll be his turn. As time for some boys to fight. Boy fight time as this wounded creature
Smash
takes
some
his
action
sword
figures.
and starts swinging his sword at his commander, following the word of his god. Ooh, cutting into his side. Not too deep, but enough to really catch his attention, and 2 more strikes coming in. Zoof. Cutting again. It seems like his master, his leader, is trying to persuade him to put his blade down, but he's being quickly overrun and outmatched. Ooh, that last blade is able to push away at the last second. You see Cypher put his hand on his wound and heat sear up from his hand and sear it shut. They're stronger than I thought. These wounds. As this one down here, chug a chug a chug, eeny meeny, let's do a little eeny meeny miny mo, evenly distanced, eeny meeny miny mo. Yep. Creature comes walking up, sees an enemy, and heads up towards you, Kuldor. This knight charging forward, sword in hand. 3 strikes coming your way.
Stab at him.
You stab at him.
My range.
Yeah, use your reaction. It's like, ooh! As he runs basically almost right into your blade, taking a hearty amount of damage. 3, nice. But he still swings forward with the sword, 3 attacks. Ping!
Off the blade.
Ping!
Off the shield.
Ping!
Just off the shield again.
You shall not lay a touching hand or blade. As he leans forward, he sees eyes flash with that color again. Oh my god.
The thunder weeps for you.
Let's see. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. He's got stabbed by this dude. Seeing the god flying above, he turns his attention down on Vistus. Swinging his blade, trying to cut the snake man. Woof. As he ducks and dodges easily, slithering to and fro like a serpent in place, almost like leaning impossibly far distances. Come now, you're not my prey. He lies above. Ooh, as that one will cut into his side. Gah! Second strike comes in. Zoof. Ooh, stabbing directly into his hip and pulling out as he drops almost to a knee at the pain. You're not my prey. Leave, I say. Tired of trying to help people. As I'm all the way in the back, and I'm gonna dash. Just making his way right up here. As Kuldor.
Hall's too far away. I will go and pose myself there. I will go into... I want to... No, not yet. I'll go into my defensive stance. There we go. As I will swing twice at this guy and 1 at that guy.
All right, give me those attacks. Oh. Second attack will... First attack will connect into his body, doing a hearty amount of damage. Second one will be deflected by his shield.
Can I use... Is it just ability checks?
Ability checks, attack roll, saving throws.
It's 1 attack roll. Bracing per
It's just
turn.
1.
16.
As it'll catch into his shield and you'll shove it away from him.
Boom. As I will attack the one guy.
Oh, that one guy will get hit. As he'll take... No. Nice. Cutting into his side, knocking him back for a bit, but then he picks up his blade and aims it back at you this time. No longer aiming at your friend Samantha.
As I'll just kind of shout down at Tamar Khan. Tamar, I give you permission to steal. That'll be my turn.
Alright, 1 sec. Okay. As just above, you see this thing looking down on you. Peculiar beast you are. I wish to know more about you, piece by piece. As his wings start to flap, and he actually lowers himself to the ground. How far? Yeah. Only about 30 feet or so, just watching you very intently, it seems. Boop. As Tamarcon comes to you.
A big grin on my face. If that's any, I leave these two to you, as Tamar will throw up the large bar and just clamp down on it with his teeth as he reaches and unslings his bow and pulls it up, aiming directly upwards at the creature in the air. Fires a shot.
As you aim that shot, that halo around him begins to glow and flashes
As
ever
I
so
do
gently.
not aim for him.
Oh,
I
Which one
fire
are you aiming
past him. As a bonus action,
oh,
fire second shot.
Nice.
As one arrow flies above his head and slowly starts to lose altitude and starts to slow, I aim to connect arrow to arrow above him. Can I do it to you?
Like teleport just above him and shoot him?
Yeah.
Yeah. You can catch yourself in the air for a moment.
As I fire the arrow up, missing him pretty badly, another arrow firing past him, both shots easily to avoid, but then Tamarkan vanishes, appearing 70 feet up in the air, with Tamar's second attack, goes into the grapple with a big old monkey hand trying to grab on to this flying creature.
Nice. As
Hopefully
give me
someone can
that
do it.
grapple check.
Grapple with advantage. Oh, damn you, bully plus 6. Oh,
Hey.
so good.
Nice. Let's see what you got.
Just make
As
sure.
he's quite... Gotta get your
Oh,
extra
the
bonus on it. There you go. He's quite nimble. Let's see. But...
Oh,
As he's quite nimble in the air, but your massive hand catches onto him.
just fingers around his back, reaching up over his shoulders. Basically, just my hand becomes a backpack and just clawing at him. If he tries to keep in the air, he is just holding a gigantic anchor. As sadly, that's all I can do. As I've got him grappled up there. Although if he's flying with wings, if he's got 0 speed,
You would see him start to pull down, heavy beats battering around you, but he would descend with you until falling down. Double check something real quick. Ba, 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 ba.
speed becomes 0. He plummets to the earth.
Let's see. One moment. Oh god. Is it
Plummet him
fall
head first.
prone? Is it fall prone, or is it just fall?
I needed 2 more levels. I need the action surge.
Without hover, it should definitely be fall prone.
Yeah, one sec. Do-do-do. Okay. Interesting.
You're gonna take fall
Interesting.
damage, I think.
As he falls with you, in the moment you bring him to the ground, his feet smash into the ground, and you see the cracks run through the ziggurat and up to his body, but strangely unaffected by the actual force of it. He is brought down to the ground. He is brought to your level, but the raw, natural, one might say, unmagical nature of the fall seems to have no effect on him.
As I'm just
But he's fucking grappled.
just holding onto his back, trying to hold it in place, bar in my teeth, as yeah, that's all I do. That's it. That's me.
All right. As you're holding onto this thing, squeezing it tight, you can see he pulls away, tries to. Your strength is too much for this moment, but you do feel within him this tremendous amount of strength as he looks up to you, eyes narrowing, quite angry with this situation. I did not say you can touch. Yeah. He glares up in your direction, and his wings, as you seem to hold him still, raise up higher and higher, and you hear this deep guttural voice in his throat call out for a moment. Go. And the wings flap down. As, it's gonna be funny. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, you're fine, Mo. Got your tiger by the toe.
Oh fuck! Stop killing your allies, you dick!
As all around him, his wings flap and the air immediately beats with this pulse. Incredibly powerful pulse. One that, even in your great speed, as you avoided those tremendously fast arrows, you find yourself unable to truly defend against, just simply withstand. As I need Swift Hollow, Tamar Khan, Samantha, and Quildor, and I guess Vistus as well, and Izael,
That's racist.
to give me a Constitution saving throw.
I'm so glad I'm all the way up here. Holy shit.
Holding out as best I can. I'm gonna use my Demon Inspiration. I gotta keep a hold of this motherfucker.
All right.
Yeet. Oh.
Is it, I assume it's magical?
It's pretty magical. Seems like the air is being suddenly forced through the air out of you. It seems like almost like crackling with force.
Oof.
Ooh. As this power pushes through the air, knocking into all of you.
Oh wait, I
Tamar
guess it's still
Khan-
technically my turn, so only 21. I don't get my D4.
As you feel yourself bolstered against this, toughened and strengthened against this thing's magic. Immediately, this force rushes through you. As I think technically 1, 2, 3, 4, none of you make it.
Oh!
If it's DC 23, probably not.
Give that roll, Quillor. Withstand it. Oh no, Quillor! As this air blasts through you, seemingly. Yeah, fuck it. Seemingly through the air, pulling with pure divine power, the force of the wind itself bashing into and through you, and then throwing you off your feet as your bodies burn with radiant light. As all of you take a total of, let's see, it's 35 damage, and all of you seem to be.
As a small little dangly thing off of Tamar's belt cracks and breaks as I use my Charm of Might.
Hey!
And plus 10 to my con save.
Is
Nice.
it not actually the full 30-foot radius?
Oh, it's 30-foot radius.
Just picking out us.
Boop.
Yeah, destructive wave.
And everyone,
my
except for
charm.
Tamar Khan, who's able to withstand it for this moment, just using the magic of this charm that explodes off your waist to bolster yourself and withstand it, making the save at this point. The rest of you feel the wave wash over you and knock you prone.
Yes. Tamarcon calls out this with Hollow. She moves before it. She has to force her arms up to try to defend herself, but it's too much as knocked prone.
Oof, ouch.
Don't soundbite
As
that.
the destructive wave washes over her, the jade armor across Samantha's body breaks and shatters with it.
Well, I even take half damage. Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Did you roll the damage? Oh, you did. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
It's
35.
like 25 actual damage.
So I take 8.
Did you gain the resistance?
Yeah, resistant to all damage.
All right, but you failed your save though.
No, I made it.
Oh, did you get to add your dice to it?
You get a
You
plus
choose
10.
one.
Oh, you only choose one. Okay,
Yep,
then I'll
you don't
just
get
make
both.
the save. That's fine. I'll take
Okay.
I'll take
Yeah.
an extra 9 damage.
As you be blasted by this force, standing on your feet, but the rest of you, woof, knocked prone onto the ground with this pure force. Again, that seems to be almost divinely sweeping around these creatures he keeps in his control. Although it doesn't seem to really care much about these creatures on the ground. You just see these women get blasted and knocked away with the force. Oh yeah, you gotta make your saves too, babies. I believe in you. I believe in you. Ah. Oh shit. Vistus, I believe in you. I believe in you. Ah. Ooh, stronger, but not quite, as they're both blasted and knocked prone.
You poor +0 and +1 babies.
And you are down to you. Ugh. As that echoing, thunderous bolt echoes through the entirety of the ziggurat, almost silencing the sounds of battle in that single instance. But he is still held in place by your hand, Tamarcon. As Persephone, it comes to you, watching your allies get washed over by this wave of power.
Okay, that's extremely problematic. But Tamarcon has him in a hold, so Persephone is going to start by going closer. So that's 15 feet, and she's going to lower herself to be just right above them, 5 feet off the ground. So that's what, minus 35?
Sure, yeah.
Okay,
35
so
feet down.
I did 15. I only have 40 movement. Math is hard.
So 25 more feet. 25 more feet. 25 more feet.
25 feet. Okay. I'm gonna be above the dude. And with him being grappled, Persephone's gonna try to reach for the crown, because I'm gonna try to take it off.
All right. He is held still. Let's see. So he is grappled. Okay, give me an athletics check with advantage. As you're trying to reach out, as he's fighting against Tamar Khan, trying to pull against him. He is also a fighting force, but you will have advantage on the check. Oh, 12. Let's see. He'll have disadvantage. I'm gonna...
Oh, hang on.
Ooh.
When I would make a d20 roll that uses strength or constitution, I can use the charm to add +10 to the roll. My charm of light snaps. I take it.
Hey.
Nice.
22.
You can add a plus D4 on there if you want to.
I would if I were you.
Hey, 25.
7.
Good stuff. As he's gonna try and get it off him. Let's see. Bat.
Hey.
Ooh, as your hands reach down and catch onto the crown, and you feel it immediately fight against you. You're holding onto it close, Persephone, and you see that black orb immediately begin to pulse and light runs through the crown. I'm gonna need a charisma saving throw as you feel magic immediately fighting against you.
Ah, fuck.
Oh no. Our bond, it's only so strong.
I know, our bond, it's only so strong. 15?
Ooh, as you hold onto this thing, you feel its power pulsing, and you feel it trying to fight back. You're fighting back as well, and then you see the orb start to warble, this thing glow bright, and immediately you feel this force push back against you. As you will take... Let's see... You should be fine by this. There you are. The force of this orb shoot out like a pulse of blackness along this thing up to your hands, and you feel in that moment you have to pull away before it pulls you in, and you do. And it shoves you away in that moment. You take 19 force damage, or shoved 10 feet back, and I think you're knocked prone? Knocked prone.
Not wanting to give it up easily.
It's on there pretty tight. Okay. I tried. As Persephone is going to... From the ground, because I'm prone and I don't have enough movement to get up. We want to keep him here, though. So I'm going to, with my bonus action, cast a Grasping Vine.
Okay.
Where is it? I want to put it here. I want to keep him close. We're going to beat him up.
All right, draw your big old vine right there.
I'm just going to put it in a circle. Oh god, where are the templates? Little circle. Yeah.
Big old, thick old vine. And when you cast it, it gets to try and grab a dude and pull him. You can try and grab a dude and pull him?
I'll pull this guy. It won't bring him that much further from me.
Okay. Oh god.
But
You want to go closer. Gotta give a dexterity save. Ooh, can't even make it. We'll see. Paladins and dex saves. Ooh. As you yank him and pull him close up into its space. Woof. So it yanks him and drags him across the ground as he turns back to try and swing at this vine, but it does nothing to stop it.
That's my turn. I lie there.
Alright. I lay there on the... Alright.
I thought you were pushed too.
Yeah, you're pushed 10 feet away.
I was pushed 10 feet.
So you'd probably be on top of Samantha.
Samantha, yeah.
Oof. As
Yeah,
Sotelo knocked onto the
Yeah,
ground,
friendship.
standing in front of Sisette, this glowing halo still around him. It seems like with some magic, just without even being able to dodge it, he was able to knock you all away. What do you do?
When Persephone tried to touch him, did the halo react in any way?
When she's just
Besides-
grabbing onto his body? Doesn't seem
Yeah,
like
one-
it.
Okay, same with Tamon. Okay, yes, with Hollow. And she's down for the count, but Sotelo is quite dexterous. She quickly kips up, and with her daggers in hand, quickly dashes forward. Doesn't have to dash too far.
Alright.
As one part lunging forward and another in two very quick strokes. It's, I suppose, almost blinding. How could one keep up with such strikes? As don't have advantage, unfortunately. But I do have a monkey man.
As you're striking out against this creature, that halo glowing around him now with his defenses raised, he turns to face you, and that halo flashes in your eyes. As you aim your blow towards his body, your attack will be made with disadvantage. Ooh, as a 19? Looks like it. Swinging his direction, you see the blades come unerringly close to his body, but even held in place, he manages to pull against Tamorgon's strength. Again, wings beating just enough to pull his body away as the blades just barely seems to miss him, getting closer and closer.
As quickly as she came, she quickly recovers, not to let herself get, I suppose, more open than she already is, as she quickly recovers and definitely steps back. Too quick for him to try to get a lash back at her.
Seems like it.
With her main action. Blinding strikes, striking as a bonus action with her daggers. As her main action, she will, again, concentrate on defense. This guy seems very dangerous. As she will use her action to dodge.
Alright.
Still
struggling.
It looked like it took a little bit of effort for this guy to bring up that strange flash of light to defend himself.
It seems like he had this halo around him before, and now that he's actually... Before, it seemed like he was literally just letting the attacks come, but now that it seems like he's in a bit more of a predicament, he's actually aiming the magic, as it were, as opposed to just literally letting the attacks hit.
Okay.
Samantha! Find yourself on your back! Persephone almost landing on top of you! This thing held in Tamarkon's hands, pulled from the sky, but still unscathed.
Yeah, we are going to stand and try to get around and past Persephone. Just going to try to just shift my weight and jump towards this guy.
Sure.
Yeah. Landing there. How do I want to try to do that? There's no really good way to do it. This aura, like, it seemed to like actively just like suck in the magic, right? Like classic Sphere of Annihilation that we saw before, kind of bend magic.
For the most part. Sphere of Annihilation seemed to just eat everything in sight, but the way this thing... It's the way it's faceted in the crown, the way it seems to react to your magic, the moment it got close, the moment it should have hit, this thing just swallowed it whole, and then you saw magic spark along the crown.
Do I think it would be possible to try to like use Mage Hand to like grab the back of the crown?
You can...
Or do I have a reasonable assumption that the aura will just eat the Mage Hand?
Might just eat the Mage Hand. I mean, from what you're able to discern before, this thing eats magic. Or at least ate your spell.
Can I have it so... You have a free hand, Tamar?
I do, well, not currently. I got bow in one hand. I can drop it, though.
Let me see if I can actually... Can I use my voice of leadership to try to give Tamar Khan an attack to let him try to get the crown off of him?
Is it a melee attack? What does the ability say?
Can you use the reaction to take one of the following actions: attack, make one attack, cast a spell, cantrip only, or dodge. It just says attack. Like,
make
I
one
think
attack?
it's designed
That's
to work
fine.
with Swift Hollow too, if she has like her crossbow out or whatever.
Yeah, if it's just make an attack, that's fine. That's an attack. Shoving, grappling are both attacks.
As I will leap forward and I'll call out to Tamar, get that crown off his head, as you can just feel just this surge of action channeled from me, this presence, this voice of leadership resonate within you, as I'll use 2 of my dice to give you the ability to do that as a reaction.
Oh, man. I'm really bad at controlling magic.
in you.
But sure, I fucking reach out and try to grab the
You
crown.
cannot do that. You used
Uh.
your action to slow your fall, didn't you?
Oh, I thought we were both slowed. I was just holding on to him and he slowly descended.
Oh no, he fell. You grabbed his wings, man.
Oh, okay.
He fell and hit the ground and went boom. He just
Gotcha.
didn't get hurt by it.
I mean, prone doesn't break grapples.
He's not prone. I looked it up. You fall prone when you fall because you fall, but you fall prone when you hit the ground and take damage. You don't take damage from it.
No, I would have
Lance
used my
feet.
reaction to not beat the shit out of myself, to leave myself on the ground.
So unfortunately, doesn't have a reaction to use. Looks like he just focused himself to landing on his feet and not fall prone next to this guy.
A bit busy. You see Tamar trying to steady himself.
So I just lose 2 dice. Cool, I try myself to grab it off of him.
All right, try to grapple him. You have advantage because he's being held still.
You honestly have a better chance than I do, anyways.
Not at grabbing him.
As he's gonna try and writhe away from you.
See?
As he knocks his head out of your hands. Try as you might.
That's it for me.
All right. As poor Warden Seerfreet fighting off his men. Let's see what he's gonna do. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Oh, he's gonna try. Both of you men, stand down. Know yourselves. Fall back. Kneel. As he calls out, his hair flares with fire. As he channels some magic and is gonna try and command his buddies to yield for this moment. Little bit of command. Give me some wisdom saves. But oh no. One of them does start to pull its blade away from him, but the other one stands true. As he holds his blade up. As this guy's getting ready to kneel. He's turning like that, getting ready to kneel. But Seerfried raises his blade. Get your senses back to you. Please. Where is the Wizard King? As Vistis on the ground. What the hell is that thing? As he turns to see this creature being held in place, being battered and grasped at by all sorts, but able to nimbly dodge and knock them away. Gets himself to his feet, finds himself some sort of standing. And immediately takes his knife. You did this. You did this to me. And tries to stab out at the creature. Stabbing out as is Seth, although the light seems to blind him. Strike it out of the air. Strike it again. One more time. Ooh. This time actually catching into his body with this knife. You see it catches into his flesh for just a moment before digging in as that sheen of magic can be seen along the edge of his blade. As he takes the damage. Let's see. Oh, mama. As he turns to face Vistus, eyes glaring. You have landed blow on the living god. A pity. As Vistus immediately uses his bonus action to back the fuck away. Keeping his blade out and just staring down this held serpent with a tremendous look of fear in his eye. Izael pulls himself onto his feet. Ugh. Ugh. What power is that? Usurper. Take that crown from his head now. As he steps backwards, holding out his hands. I will do what I can to stop him. As his hands reach out and you see magic flare from his grasp, a long winding serpent cutting around through the air, trying to grasp him closed. But as that serpent starts to wrap around Seth, you can see it immediately gets pulled towards the center of his crown, that orb warbling and shaking in place. That energy still crackling around his crown. Seth immediately turns his head to face him. Can you not see? Your mortal magic has nothing. Nothing it can do to harm a god. As it just seems to get swallowed away. As this guy spends his turn kneeling on the ground, stabbing his sword into the tiled floor. And Corin.
See, Corn's flaming hair starts to die down a little bit. As I technically didn't hit anybody last turn. So I don't think my aura counts towards that.
Is it damage or hit? Check your little rage, baby.
I think it's hit.
Or maybe it's just attack.
If you have an attack
Ba, ba, ba,
bonus
ba,
on
ba.
creature.
Yeah.
Where you
Yeah.
take damage.
Yeah, so starts to die down a little bit before reigniting as I'll rage again. This time not burning my friends. But also using that bit of movement speed as well as my regular movement speed, I could zip on over to here, running under people's legs on the other side of F as I will take my shovel and just try to smack them in the face recklessly. So
All
it's
right.
normal.
Ooh. Eyes are being blinded, but you're fighting through the blindness. Give me those attack rolls. 13. Ooh, as it whiffs past his head. Ooh, 19. Getting close, cutting just to his side, but not catching on anything as you'll miss. Ooh.
Oh, sorry guys, I'm gonna get burned again. As that'll be my turn.
All right. Let's see. Oh God, no! Don't die, screen. There we are. Good. Let's see. Good stuff.
Why are you in action? Damn you.
As he's gonna turn up to you, Temarkon, holding him still. Great beast, I command you let me go now, and I will spare your life for one moment, for taking you to the next world.
Uh-oh.
He's actually just asking you, by the way.
Oh, okay. I thought he was casting command or something on me. I do not think so. Although, if you repent your sins, maybe we can have a good time together. Come to understand one another. Let's take notes.
Very well. As you'll see him move up his arm, the free one he has against you, and you see some of his sleeve unravel, and he grasps his hand out and holds it. And in his palm, Samantha, you can see what looks to be rows and rows of inked tattoos carved into flesh and scale alike. It seems like his entire flesh has been mutilated, much like a lot of these Malisons. And roiling up its shape is this whole string of arcana written in what you can clearly tell to be abyssal text. It all seems to rise into its palm, faced in the form of what looks to be an Ouroboros, a serpent eating its own tail, as he'll aim it down towards Temarkon. And this energy, this magic, seems to course out in the air directly in front of him, and the ink seems to almost come alive, his flesh changing to make it appear as if the mouth of this serpent is aimed in his direction. And you feel
Temarkon making an attack roll.
Doesn't seem like it, actually.
Oh, okay.
It seems to feel the air around you become still, and then you feel this pulling from all around you, from behind you, from in front of you, from inside of you, as this energy gets sucked towards him. As I'm
try
gonna
to reach
need
out.
Hey,
to touch him.
Towards the magic, since hopefully it seems to be passing beyond this golden bubble of his into something I can affect, as I will try to counterspell it.
It doesn't seem like it's a spell.
Alright.
As he'll reach out, and the air gets pulled, Temarkon, I'm gonna need a Constitution saving throw.
Hang in there.
I believe in you.
Go.
Ooh,
Bond.
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 Bond?
Actually, wait, hang on. I mean,
I'm gonna hold on to the bond. I know that
yeah, I don't think it's, yeah.
there's so much going on right now that Tamar being caught off guard, Samantha calling out for him to take the crown, and him not being able to steady himself fast enough. There's not anything he can do to stop whatever he's about to do to him.
All right. As it seems like just this marking on his arm comes alive, and you feel the very life within inside of you get consumed and pulled in his direction, as you'll take almost like every ounce of your body becomes still and chilled and cold, as if the life itself is being wrenched away. Let's see. As you'll take 48 necrotic damage, and you feel that your vitality slipping from you, your body thinning, although you still remain large in size, as your maximum hit point value will be reduced as well. And you can see the wounds on this creature's body immediately, slowly but surely coalescing, reconforming, until that slight cut into his body reforms, and he is once again scratchless.
That's decent blow. Stay. Do not escape my grasp.
Piece by piece, it will be consumed. All will be consumed until they become part of the great divinity. But alas, as his eyes start to turn almost fish-like, one staring in one direction, one the other, turns towards you, Samantha. I sense something from you now, so close to me. Something I feel I've been seeking. Something I've been missing. As that's gonna be his turn. As this dude's gonna be fighting his leader. Kill your dad! Kill your dad! Slicing and cutting into his leader's form. Oh shit. Cutting real deep into his leader's form. You see Seerfried begin to hit the ground, taking a knee. One strike coming in. Missing that last one. Taking on a theme, it seems. This creature next to you, Kuldor, taking advantage of your prone position, raises his blade and tries to stab down into you. A little bit of advantage, but let's see if it can make it. 15. Nope. Ooh. Catching in, but not a full crit, as you only take 9 pierce or slashing damage. And then one strike coming down. Zoom. Ooh. Seeming to find the point in your armor to open up, as you take 7 or 12 slashing damage, cutting through your defenses. This creature held next to this vine. Oh god, yeah, he's gonna do it. Closest one. Oh shit, yep. Steps forward, seeing this vine spread out of the ground, turns to the closest creature and tries to stab down at Persephone.
Persephone.
Stab down. Oh god.
Jeez.
This time not quick enough. Stabbing down into Persephone, doing 19 damage. Stabbing down. Oh my god.
Me.
I
Stabbing
demand you
down.
roll your dice a couple times just to clear the cache, please. Thank you.
And one last strike coming down. Oh.
Only a 19. Come on.
11 damage. Stabbing down with tremendous power behind its blows. As if trying to pin you to the earth. Oh, mamma mia. Yep, and this dude next to you, Kuldor, is going to be swinging down at you. But 22. Ooh, not making past your defenses. Swinging down again. Ting, off your armor and zoof. Catching off your armor once more. Not able to get through. Stabbing all around you. As Kuldor, on your back, being stabbed by these knights around you. Battle's not turning in your favor, it seems.
Yeah, you know what? We're gonna do this. Yeah, we're gonna do this. As these paladins just look down at Kuldor as he just seems to poof, misty step right over here.
On his back.
As Kuldor will stand up and he's gonna grab that fucking crown.
All right, give me that
Well,
advantage.
no.
Roll with advantage. Your athletics roll with advantage.
Is a
Ooh.
31 good enough?
We'll see. We'll see. Oh, fuck.
Oh.
As he pulls away, the last moment, it seems like the reverberating force of his last attack seeming to give him some aid in this moment. But you still have another attack. Go for it again. Hey, give it a shot. Oh my god. The net 20s! Fate itself is dictating. You're gonna lose.
I think fate is just conspiring
I'll do
against
it
us.
again.
Well, it looks like the Raven Queen really has it out for us. Sorry,
All
guys.
right.
Death,
There's no
death,
charm.
TP,
Hey.
TP.
As you reach out and catch on, well, you drop your sword to do it, but you catch onto this crown, holding on tight, and again, you feel that magic coursing through you, trying to resist you. As you try to pull it off, Omni Charisma saving throw.
I will use my DM inspiration.
The strength of our bond.
Go forward, go. Oh my god. Wait. No. Oh, you already got your thing.
Yep.
As you feel that magic pulse through you and immediately repel, as you will take 22, holy shit, force damage, and you are knocked 10 feet back away, knocked prone.
So I will use Indomitable.
Oh, there you go. Go for it, man. Oh my god. Poor Quildar. Poor Quildar. The gods are not in your favor tonight.
Or you my only hope.
As you are knocked 10 feet away and knocked prone, taking 22 force damage.
I love this. All the people
Hey,
that
go from
can
zero,
actually
man.
grab the chrome can't withstand the magic, and the person that can withstand the magic can't grab the crown.
Let's see.
Where do I go from there?
You just
Over the staircase. Do
You
I
would
go
fa-
down
oh.
this staircase?
Give me a d20.
Okay.
Oh, nice. As you fall right here, but you're able to catch your leg, just happen to land perfectly. You're knocked prone on this thing, and probably an attack or a gentle shove might knock you off, but you're landed prone right on the edge there.
Let's see. Let me think here. Yeah, I can't.
You already,
jump down.
you already stood up.
That's what
All right, and as your turn ends, this thing opens its eyes. Back away, mortals. I shall take from you what I want. As again, those wings begin to rise, and this time you hear Samantha, this thing's voice calling out. Familiar way, magic being conjured. His wings start to descend once more, ready to push all around in all directions.
I'll try my best to try to stop it.
All right, conjure your magic. You see this thing's... I'd say you see this thing's, your magic reach out the serpent, trying to catch onto its magic and take hold. And again, just like before, it reaches up and reaches towards its crown. And then you can see its head turn. And immediately as it hits its head and the magic gets swallowed away, more energy crackling along its surface. You can see the orb warbling now. And then... Oh, let's see. Let's see. You're close. You're close. Yeah, you're all close enough. I'd say Tamarkan, Persephone, or Samantha. I guess technically Persephone because you're crazy good perception. So it's all everyone around there basically. Jesus Christ, you all have good perception. Would see as this thing's head roils back and the magic seems to fail. At least Samantha's magic seems to fail. The crackling light runs along its crown and that orb on its forehead warbles again and it begins to grow. You can see the crown almost widen slightly as it rattles on his head. And more energy begins to crackle and crackle as it seems almost as if the orb at its center is getting bigger.
That doesn't look good. That doesn't look good at all.
And as its wings come down, you see him catch his breath. And although your magic took no effect, Samantha, it almost looks like Siseth withholds his act. The spell is not cast, if only by his own will. Tamarkan!
Tamar, with his bow in his left hand, drops it to the ground. I leave it to you, my friend, as he reaches out, pokes Corin in the shoulder. As Corin, a strange bit of magic starts to wash over you like this strange wind that is shifting between cold and warm throughout your body, and then disperses. As if nothing happened. I leave it to you, my friend. The crown is yours. As Tamarkan is casting Nistel's magic aura to make Corin seem like he is this winged serpent deity creature to all magic that would detect it. As Tamarkan's form starts to shift, his hair grows, trying to defend himself. He shifts a bit. Because that's my turn, baby.
Okay, so you say making him like a winged serpent thing. Like what? You making him look like a type or something, it looks like?
I am making magic that detects creatures to detect him as if he were this creature standing before me.
Okay. Okay. As Persephone, on your back being stabbed, your allies surrounding the winged serpent, what do you do?
Good question. Cries. Persephone is going to, instead of using my movement to get up, I am... No, yeah, I'm gonna use half my movement. Fuck, why is he so close to me? I hate him.
But I love you.
Okay, grabbing the crown isn't working. Change of plans. She is going to... there's magic fuckery around with him. As an action, I'm going to decide I no longer wish to deal with this guard and use my gift of the Life Keeper to cast Greater Restoration with him. Persephone literally just puts her hand up on his face like, be better now.
You just reach up and touch him and just get better. As the magic crackles across its body, you see him like readying his sword for another deep stab, and then he halts himself and shakes his head, coming back to his senses. Apologies.
Accepted. And as a bonus action, I am going to... Oh no, this is an action spell. You know what? Fuck it. We're going to do it anyways. As a bonus action, I am going to yeet this guard that is still giving the warden trouble. I'm going to use my grasping vine to grab him.
All right. Nice. As he's got to make a dex save. Ooh, he don't. As he's pulled 20 feet closer, falls over here. Doesn't fall prone, it seems like, because it's only about 5 feet difference, but doesn't get clattered over the edge and get yanked right down here, close to the vine.
New strategy. If we can't take the crown off him, we need to take him down first. And I am going to use my remaining 20 feet of movement to hover, fly up off the ground with my wings. And that's my turn.
Okay. See, doesn't do that. Any, meeny, miny, mo. Yeah, he would. As you're pulling away and flying, this creature, still being held by you, Temarkon, reaches up with his free hand. One of his wings flaps, and you see what looks to be one of his feathers spins away from his magic wing, and he catches it in the air. Let go of me! And stabs it down into your hand, trying to make a single attack. Stab! Ooh, I think a 17's gonna do it.
Should do it. I do have bar in hand. I mentioned after I transform, I grab the bar out of my teeth.
As it would be flicked away, you see the magic seem to fade for it, and he drops the feather in the air around him as it turns back to a normal feather, it looks like, before disappearing. As Swift Hollow, creature still held in Temarkon's grasp.
Yeah. With Swift Hollow sort of testing the nature of his defenses, and with that last test, she really only has one last test to really try, but, I mean, she is a woman of artifice as she takes a moment, uses a bonus action to aim, really studies his features, knowing that that aura may try to blind her eyes, try to study his features beforehand. Dropping her daggers and holding her hand over her waist before pulling out Squall and firing it from her hip like a gunslinger.
Hey!
Oh, she shot her gun!
As you pull out the gun, you aim down its sights, and you fire. What kind of bullet are you firing it with?
Steel!
Good old-fashioned steel. As give
Good
me an attack.
old-fashioned steel, although knowing that the magicalness of the gun, hopefully, make it magical.
Certainly
Tells
seems
my
like it's a magic item.
Etika. As I would have advantage, but I'm guessing that the aura tries to blind me.
As it does, yes.
Ew. Ah.
18 as... Oh, got a little bond.
Oh yeah, you're right. Alright, come on, Rhesus, I believe in you. Fuck. Shit.
As you all hear this thunderous burst, you're expecting another flapping of this thing's wings to knock you forth, but it's not the wings that makes this thunderous explosion. It is the small device held in the hand of Swift Hollow, who fires it down the length, basically aiming like as if he would a hand crossbow, but instead launching it forth, and this bullet comes flying in a flicker, a flash, and immediately as he turns to see this thing, the flash of light just barely obscures your visions for a moment to give this creature the moment's notice required to pull away as it flies just through one of its wings, disrupting a tuft of its feathers, barely avoiding it.
Well, it twirls it around. Oh, I'm glad I used one of the steel ones. Yeah, she re-looks. Looks at Seth, but that's her turn.
All right. Samantha, this thing's still holding still. You able to stop its magic somehow. But it still seems its crown is consuming all the spells you're casting, even those your allies are casting on it.
And having watched this effect take place multiple times, is it reasonable to my magically inclined self that trying to dispel this effect would have the same result?
Probably, if you're casting Dispel Magic, yeah. Seems to eat spells.
So I can't get it off his head. I can't dispel it. It eats all magic. All of my attacks are magic. Swift Hollow, can you fire that again?
I have chambers, right? Not the reload.
It's just one shot. It's like a flint. It has a loading property.
Uh-huh.
How does that interact with my thing? Does he need to have his turn to load it?
I don't know. How does the loading work? Is it one shot per turn?
You just have to have a free hand, as far as I know, if you have an extra attack.
Let's see. Now, loading has a thing where it's like once per turn. You can only shoot one shot.
1 piece damage from what you use your action, bonus action, or reaction to fire it, regardless of the number of attacks. So basically, you can even do it twice on your turn. It's just you can't multi-attack with it.
Yeah. Let's see. Loading.
You can use your attack to fire. You can use your bonus action to fire. You just can't fighter. I have 2
Gotcha.
attacks in 1 action to fire twice.
Okay, so you could action bonus action if you wanted to. But yeah, you can use a reaction to fire, guided by your magic.
Aha! I get to test it again. All right, I'll have to see if I get blinded again. Yeah, you hear just like this metallic cling of Swift Hollow's nail hitting metal as bang. Does this have disadvantage? Because I don't have advantage on this shot.
Seems like it'd be disadvantage. I'm still blinded. This thing is light around it. Whenever anyone targets it with an attack, it seems like their senses are completely attacked. As if this force does not want you to harm this creature so divine.
So...
Fuck you, Mom, I do what I want. Oh no, I not won.
Has a fail effect thing on this, or no?
No.
No, it just seems like you're both
magical. What's
crash into the
gunpowder?
earth behind
I've never
them.
conceived of the idea of gunpowder. That sounds stupid. You're
Putting
stupid.
bombs in a gun? Who would do
Why
that?
would I
use
do
magic.
that? Why would I literally hold a lit bomb? What is wrong with you?
All right, as that will miss, unfortunately.
Critically, yeah. Going wild.
And if I tried to afflict his mind,
If you
it would
tried
also
to target
probably
him.
eat
Yes,
that
with all
magic, right?
calls that out. Sorry.
I don't know, how are you afflicting his mind?
Command.
Seems like spells are getting eaten right now.
That is 99% of my repertoire. I try to grab him again.
All right, give me that grapple. Got that advantage because he's holding him still. Oof. Don't think that's gonna save you against him as he just turns his head and yanks away.
I flare out my snakes all around me to see if there's like anything in the environment that I'm missing.
Seems like this guy has a crown that's eating your spells. Seems like it's really hard to take off. Seems like they're eating a lot and more light is building and the orb is growing larger, bending the crown. That's all you've seen so far. Anything else you want to do?
No. The only thing I take back the grapple, so that's it.
All right. Seer Freed has been relieved of his position. He sees his former, current ally still kneeling. He steps back and sees more of these enemies around him. All of his friends' enemies at this point. Let's see. Oh, you got something. Yeah, you do. Oh, he's gonna try. He's a good boy. My friends. He looks over at Persephone, seems to reach up and touch one of these creatures, and then looks down at his friends and holds out his hand, fire burning in his palm. I shall do what I can. I do not know if it'll work. As I reach out and just touch the face of one of these men, putting his hand on their helmet, and fire seems to wash over his body as he tries to swing and cut out back against him, but before we can, let's see. He's gonna try and pump some magic into him using everything he's got. Bah. Oh, not enough, as the fire seems to catch onto something. Something holding these things in their spell, but it deflects away in that moment. Unable to do so. So instead he raises the sword. If I die by your hands, so be it. As he readies his defenses for what's probably going to be a big ol' onslaught. As Vista sits back, uncertain what to do, seeing Samantha trying to take this crown off. The magic has no effect. What is this thing? It is a living god. As he just sort of reaches to his pocket, steps forward, and just takes a dagger and just tries to lob it at this person. Flying to the air with a little bit of a flicker. Do-do-do-do. See if it hits. Disadvantage. Boo! Ooh, flying through the air, blinded by the light, it lands right at his feet, and he just stares and watches as this thing isn't even hurt, isn't even harmed. How do we fight him? How do we beat him? Samantha, how do we beat him?
Nigga, if I had that answer, I'd tell you.
I don't know that word. As Isael sits back, do not fret. There's a trick to this. There has to be. As he continues to firing his two bolts over your guys' shoulders.
Even I've seen enough anime to know the solution to this.
Good shit.
As these shots are firing through the air wildly, doof and doof. Ooh, that second one just seems to barely catch it to his body and connect, but it seems like as it gets close, that crown swallows it up, and the crown begins to crackle with more light. That orb still warbling wildly. Oh, golly. As Big Boy gets up, he's all commanded out, and he's coming in for a fight. Standing up, trying to fight his leader. Oh, cutting into him for 11 damage. You see him fall to a knee. Thunder, watch over me. Oof, as he ducks underneath the next attack. And the second one turns and catches it with his blade. But not just yet. As Corrin, this thing's still mostly unharmed, recovering from whatever damage it took. Seems like this thing is still quite a formidable foe. Everyone's confused on what to do. What do you do, new ally of the Valiant Vanguard?
See, I'm sure of whatever Tamar Khan did, before he attempts to try and grab the crown, he's going to try and just kind of like use his shovel to try to dig underneath the crown and just kind of flick it off towards Samantha.
Trying to like actually pry it off his body?
Yeah, but like not physically touching it. I don't know if that would like matter or anything. Just kind of flick it off towards Samantha.
I'm still going to ask for an athletic check just because you are trying to put a shovel under this guy's under his hat. He's like, I don't want that.
Right.
Still good advantage though. For rage and because he's being held still. Ooh. Let's see. Oh shit.
I hate this guy.
As his wings flap harshly, it knocks your shovel just out the way as he's able to overcome it.
I'm gonna try again.
All right, go for it, baby. Still got your little bunny bond if you need to be boned.
I haven't been bonded yet. He doesn't like me.
Oh, that's right. He doesn't
We're
like you
not
yet.
best buds yet.
Ooh. As you catch onto it and get underneath it, and you see the crown actually beginning to lift. Strangely enough, a lot more easily than before, actually bending, but you do feel some magic running down your hands. The orb begins to warble, as I'm still going to need a charisma check. I will give you advantage, as it seems like your magic's giving you some sort of protection, but it seems like it's the orb itself and its magic trying to thwart whoever takes this crown.
Yeah, I don't think I got these guys.
It's fine.
Does Tamar Khan's thing help do anything?
Get advantage.
Give me advantage, baby. Giving you advantage. It
Is there
seems
any
like
way
you're
I can use my reaction to try to intercede, pull this thing
not
in combination with him.
Unfortunately, not.
Oh, you have a -1? I did not realize it was so low.
As you put everything into your body to pull and fight this thing, you push and you push and you push and you pry and you've cut into stone and you've upturned earth, and with a sudden amount of force, the crown gives. and comes flying off his head
I knew you could do
and
it.
lands. Let's see. You're prying against him, so it's gonna land right here, 5 feet in front of him. As although, my friend, you will take 10 force damage, and you'll be pushed 5 feet back, but not knocked prone.
Nice.
As the force of it erupts from you.
As well as I will still have my movement, I will run underneath him and just try to stand above it, not grabbing it. Try to intercept him and the ground. I know he's a grapple, but maybe he could try to like still grab it.
Knock that bitch away. Get out of here.
Like, I don't know. I don't want to touch it again.
Shovel it away. You got a big old shovel. Just shovel it away.
Sure, I'll like move it, like try and move it like 5 feet back.
Sure, you kick it just behind you. A little crown, ting 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 ting, just behind you.
No, just bury it in the temple. Burrow.
Nice. As you knock this crown just behind you, my friend. Is that your turn?
Yes.
All right. The crown falls from his head. His head jerks back suddenly. As it seems like through sheer force of will, you're able to pry this thing off his head. And you see immediately some of that light begins to dim. His eyes go wide, and his teeth are bared. Ah! As it seems like he is in something of a manic state now. My treasure! You little cretin! Let's see.
Well, you don't even know my name. Get to know me first.
Okay. Yep. As he fighting against this hand on his body, you'll see him turn to you, Tamarkan. I promised you I would send you to the next world. Ah! I keep that promise. As he will hold out his hand and he calls it the sudden word, Drama. As he tries, looks like he's casting a spell.
No.
Yeah.
Fifth level counter spell.
All right. Oh, yep, cool. As your magic catches onto his, and you see the air around you warbling, Tamarkan, for a moment before it gets repealed back into its original shape. As he turns back to Samantha. You think this is the end? You take this treasure and you think it's the end? No. There's more. There's always more. As you see up along his body, that tattoo from the wrong of his arm starting to stretch up and go around his neck. Her blessings are still mine. As he just thrashes and fights against your hold, Tamarkan, but seems unable to escape.
Hey.
As rightful watch. Yep, he got knocked down. He gets up again. He's gonna go for... Try to go for, looks like the closest creature coming after you, Persephone, but his ally now turned, faces against him, and starts turning his blade against his once friend, now foe.
Hey.
As he clashes blades against him. We want to protect, brother! Remember your oath! As he will attack at his friend instead. 3 blades coming at you. Bow. Ooh, cutting in. God, it seems like you're real good when you're attacking your friends. It's like you're real good at attacking your own buddies. Ooh, that also hurts real good. Goddamn, man, have you been holding on to all this repressed rage or something? Did I do something to you? Ooh, the last one is able to push away, just barely. Protected by his armor. There's this creature here. Ooh, Magoli. Yep. Falling forward. Steps up to his ally. Starts to attack at good old leader. Bop. Dodging that last attack. Ooh, last one connecting in, stabbing into his chest. You see Seerfried go shocked onto his knees. And then he shoves him hard into the ground and drags the blade out, leaving him on the ground and bleeding until some of the light begins to fade. His hair still flaming, still burning, dimming very slightly as he pulls his blade out and turns now. Chukunk, chukunk, chukunk. I think it's about as far as he can make it. 5 feet, 10 feet, that's ish. Yeah, with Persephone flying in the air, he's gonna go after this ally boy. Blade swinging. Oh, missing. Ooh, hitting. And ooh, hitting. Cutting into his old ally, pushing him to the brink. Let's see. And as his turn ends, Seth, still gritting his teeth and shaking his head. Come to me, children of the night, children of the serpents. With me, my gifts are still mine. What I have taken, still mine. The gift of avarice. As his wings flap, and all around him, you see feathers scatter through the air, spreading thin before twirling, extending, lengthening, and suddenly writhing in shape, it seems. As, let's see, how many? These shapes, undetermined number by now, but you see these feathers twist, elongate, grow in shape until they become long, large in size, almost 15 to 20 feet in length, thick, covered in scales like feathers. Seemingly from these sticks, you'd call them, these feathers that fall from his magic wings, you'd see his body emits and summons. If I can fucking find it. There we are. A number of giant serpents. Oh, fuck, that's a lot of giant serpents.
Sticks to snakes!
As eeny, meeny, miny, mo. How many snakes will there grow? So many. So many. There we are. Perfect.
Good old
As-
sticks to snakes.
All around.
That's an old school spell. Oh,
Crap!
Massive serpents. Filling the field and writhing. Swimming across the tiled surfaces. As when they're summoned, each one's going to try and lash out at you. Driven by incredibly powerful magical force. As we'll go top to bottom. This guy's fine where he is because he got nowhere to go. This one, Persephone's too high. Gonna slither down. A long, winding tail comes whipping out at you, Samantha. As this guy's gonna try and constrict. Oh, that's Jam Lair. Constrict! Ooh, a 23. As his tail whoosh, whips out through the air, catches and tries to latch onto your body. And holds you grappled and restrained. As you are grappled and restrained, my friend. Down here, next to you, Swift Hollow. Actually, is that 10 feet reach? Nah. Going after you, Swift Hollow. A large tail swimming down, trying to catch onto you as well. Oh. Oh, shit.
Ooh.
Okay.
We fucking 19s, y'all.
Oh, Jesus Christ, they're everywhere. They're everywhere! They're everywhere!
As you'll be wrapped up in this tail and squeezed. As this large tail comes up at you, Quildor prone on this balcony. But 22, probably not gonna do it. Nice. And then up behind you, Temercon, big old tail coming at you. But
Hey,
Ooh.
nice. Kicking it away.
and this snake down here, he's gonna bite. He's just not far enough, as far as he can do. Ka-chomp. Ooh, catching in the shoulder, this creature. Should have poison damage, but doesn't matter. As he gets caught in the shoulder by these teeth, you see Vistus immediately drops to a knee and knocks this thing off of him. Turn around, seeing him surrounded by serpents. As this guy's turn, oh good. He's gonna fight. Fight for his life. Swinging his sword, trying to defend the one closest to these newfound allies. Brr, brr, brr. Ooh, all but the last one connecting, doing a decent amount of damage. Papa. This creature here, not freed from his state, will turn and go to finish off one of his friends. 3 attacks. Brr, brr, brr. One only striking down, doing a hearty amount of damage, almost knocking all the wind out of him. Let's see. Ooh. He's not looking good. As Quildor, on your back with massive serpents surrounding you, summoned from the wings of this creature. Seems like this field is getting full of battle. What do you do?
Dolphin. I'm gonna choose this. I tell you. Because what is your definition of minor obstacles?
Anything that would inconvenience your ability to move through it.
Can I get my sword where I'm at?
I should be able to. Should be able to
Maybe
slide
two.
around your enemies. Yeah, there's a big old snake next to it. You can probably pull it through.
You try smaller than him.
Yeah.
Yeah, squeeze.
So we'll stand up. So what squeezes?
Basically,
movement,
I think it's just
right?
half your. It's twice as much feet, 2 feet per 1 foot, 1 foot of movement. So if you move 5 feet, it's 10 feet of movement.
Basically different
Just-
terrain. Yeah.
Basically, yeah.
So can I? That's 20. That's 25. Can I get to my sword there?
You probably can. It's within
Can I
5 feet
pick
of
it
you.
up?
There's just you're just reaching through a giant snake.
Okay.
Chatty corner too.
All right. Cool. I will pick it up. I
Mhm.
will use my Fade teleportation, as I will Misty Step right here, and I'm gonna fucking stab that son of a bitch.
All right, give me those stabs. You see his magic still seems to hold true. You have some disadvantage on your attacks as he's still glowing.
Was glows not gone?
Still glowing. Ooh, but that'll connect. That first attack striking out, suddenly catching into his side, and this time opening up a harsh blow on his body. Ooh, really good
that
blow.
last one? Yeah, bond on the last one.
Possibly.
So I need- yeah.
20? Yeah.
As that'll just connect as well.
Hey!
Let's see. Nice. 3 da 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 da. Perfect. Perfect. Beautiful. Perfect. As you will actually land hearty blows on this creature, he's got to make some saves. Let's see. Against magical effects. Nice. Let's see. Bat and bat. Able to withstand and hold its magic, but you can see your blows are actually landing on him, cutting into his body.
I'll strike out again.
All right, keep going. Ooh.
Oh.
Ooh, that'll connect.
Ooh.
And ooh, that last one will not. But you will still connect with that last final strike, as it seems like those blows carve into his body. Ah! You dare hurt a god!
Pretend that crown's not even yours. It's hers. That'll be my turn.
All right, Temercon still holding fast on this creature.
I've been looking forward to this as Tamar Khan reels back his head for a second, closes his eyes, just feels and hears and smells the environment around him, and it starts to form this strange, blurry vision all around him. Not quite enough, though, as he goes in for the fucking headbutt!
Does he need one more con save for one of my hits?
That's true. Still holding strong.
An arm strike coming in at disadvantage? Yeah.
Still disadvantaged, still glowing bright. This aura of holy magic.
Do it as Tamar Khan's gonna pump 3 key into that bitch.
That'll connect.
As pumping in, bashing into his face, doing 12 damage, and just ricocheting key into this guy's body, trying to stun him.
All right, you'll feel his body resisting as you've tested with the other creatures of his kind, but let's see.
Ooh. As the
Able to
bar
withstand
comes
it.
swinging in, just one-handed. 20 to hit.
That'll connect. Catching into his
Bumping
body.
up the side of it, bapping in, try to stun him again.
All right, let's see. There we are. Perfect. Gotta try. Withstanding it.
As a leg comes up, trying to bash into the side of him, as he's another key with a little flurry of blows. Striking in as best I can. Whop. 19. One more key. Let's pump that baby up.
Come
Get
on,
that
baby.
fucker in there. Get that stun in there. One more key. Let's get that in there.
Let's see. There we are. As he will try to make a save. Just battering and bashing, but it seems like even in this state, he is strangely resilient.
Give me one more for the
Can't
stunning
get
strike,
hit.
because the concentration.
He what?
Little concentration. Is that one concentration? Give me another one for the stun. Yeah.
Oh, that's true. Bow, 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 bow. For the stun, still advantage. Bert! Ooh, getting closer.
getting closer.
He feels defenses slipping down.
Last strike coming in. Ah! One more key. Get that fucker in there.
One more key.
One more key. Get that to a 20. One more key to stun.
It's +2 per key point.
Is it +2? All right.
Yeah.
Spend one more. I threw basically all my key. Pop that up to 20. or
As
21.
that'll connect.
Two more
As
con
you are
saves.
battering into his body, wearing down his defenses piece by piece. But let's see, gotta make a concentration check first. Bah. And then con save against the stun. Bah. Ooh! That final strike. His
As
eyes
the
go
fucking knee
wide.
comes up into his gut for the final strike, just knocking the wind out of him.
As he's held in place in your hand, battered and beaten, finally eyes go wide and dull like that of a snake.
This time Archon just fucking rears his head back, and Quildor, Samantha, you saw that Tamar had his eyes closed the whole time as he just screeches out into the day. A big ol' laugh. That's him.
So what's he concentrating on?
Just seems whatever it is, the light drops.
Yeah. No more blur.
And all around you, you hear this moment like hesitation as some of the swords stabbing down to the allies stop. And they turn to look. What's happening? What happened?
Kill the snakes.
Are the
Kill the
snakes still
fucking
there?
snake.
What's that?
So are the snakes still there?
Certainly.
Golden aura still on them?
Golnar's gone. As Persephone, flying in the air, sees his creature finally held still, crown literally pried off his head.
As she hears the order to kill the snakes, Persephone's like, well, maybe not all the snakes. As I'm going to upcast Charm Monster at 7th level.
All right.
Friend now. Friend. Pick up snake,
Yeah.
friend.
You're my friend now.
All right. Which ones are you targeting?
I am targeting. Okay, I'm targeting. I don't think I can. Yeah, this one. That's like right in the middle of it, and this one that's right next to me, and this one that's right behind Tamar. And you know what? Let's target this one because he looks lonely over there.
Okay, starting up top, making our way down. So top, lower, right, left. Let's see. Wisdom. Ooh, they're good at those. And by good, I mean not. Ooh, that one is, though. That one's not. That one's not so much. As you see your magic wash over all these creatures, and suddenly, for a moment, that harsh look in their eye, the feathered scales that seem to be rattling all across their bodies, suddenly shimmers and goes still, as it seems like, for a moment, their minds are taken by you, Persephone. Friendly to
Snake
you.
Charmer.
Ask them
Let's
to
see.
drop me, please.
You can let her go.
As I'd say, give me an animal handling check, this time with advantage, as they are friendly to you, but you try to convince them.
Perfection,
nice.
baby.
As both Swift Hollow and Samantha are released from the squeezing grasps that hold them still by these serpents. Their grapples dropped.
Focus on those three, as Persephone's directing so that her friends do not get hurt. And as a bonus action, I am going to send a Balm of Summer Court over to the Warden.
Yeah.
We're gonna get him up.
All right.
Up, up, up. And then I'm going to use my extra fancy one, so he goes unproned.
All right. As he falls and hits the ground and blood begins to spill, the light of his hair, that flame, begins to die down as an ember until the magic takes over. How much? Ooh, nice. A single D8? Nice. You're a big D8. You're 4 plus 4 to 1. As that light suddenly, like when your magic, your fairy flies down to his body, that fire catches. Still wavering, still weak, but catches, and he immediately springs onto his feet. Thunder.
Warning.
No.
Your friends
So
are
look-
fine. They snapped out of it. Those 3 snakes, as Persephone points at the not friends, they are now enemies. That's all. That's my turn.
Call the serpents. Protect the people. You. Thank you. See, bows his head at you, Persephone.
It's what I do.
All right, anything you want to do?
Nope, that's it for me.
All right, as Subtalo released from this grasp that was crushing you, you find yourself now free, still surrounded by some giant serpents.
Espatalo takes quick evasive measures. And she will use her bonus action to disengage. Able to quickly and deftly, using pure speed really, to definitely weave and dip and dive out of their ways as she quickly slides around to my con. Moves to here. And Seth is stunned, right?
Oh yeah, he's held in place. He's got
Oh,
the
thank
need
God.
the shit out of himself.
Spatalo starts tapping into the real special bullets, I am every weapons woman, and this is my weapon. As she loads up an adamantine slug.
Uh-oh.
Aims it at him, and you know those weapons that are really good at just like fucking annihilating things?
Yeah.
That's
Mhm.
material
Over his head.
rifles.
No! Why?
You feel
Oh yeah, I bombed.
little bond.
On.
As a bond will do it.
No.
As your shot will go flying through and crash through this creature's body, no longer protected by the magic. You see it hit and immediately erupt through the other side, creating a very obvious hole through its form. As you'll take 36 damage. Mamma mia. That's more like that. But you, there we are.
Howie.
That's with Alliston.
All right, as Samantha, this thing whose magic has been fighting you this entire time, the crown that's been consuming your spells, making this thing basically invincible, has finally been disarmed, painstakingly so. What do you do?
Godhood is not a crown, it is responsibility. As Samantha is going to, seeing the opportunity in the opening and knowing most likely this is going to be a lot of effort in the end, she is going to first call on that powerful magic, that spell Shroud, as a bonus action, finding herself in tune with her own divinity and channeling it as radiant damage, as those golden armaments go up the lengths of her arms, and attacking with advantage. She is just going to let loose a series of punches, eldritch punches, all focused on power over accuracy on this guy.
All right, give me those punches. Oh, that'll connect. Yeah, that'll definitely connect, battering into his body.
As he will
24.
take 24 plus 9 for the first punch. Second punch.
Let's see, 24, so 4. Nice. 18 plus 7, that is 9, so 80 there. Boom. As the second punch will connect.
And third punch.
As all three will batter and beat into this thing's body. 18.
She just sort of
Nice.
shake her hands. And sort of feeling the magic coursing through her arms and just the amount of strain that it puts on her, she's gonna flex her muscles and try to pick up the crown.
All right, you pick up this crown and you hold it in your hands. It feels right. You look it over, you recognize this crown. It is, in fact, the crown once worn by a lord who you've had an interesting relationship with in your previous life. A mortal who once lived a life of greed, who then turned away all of it, casting aside his avarice, it seems, and turning down your kingdom. That avarice seems to lie within this thing, but what should be a beautiful emerald gem embedded in the mouth of these serpents that wind together is instead this warbling mass of blackened magic, one of these spheres of annihilation held in place.
I don't feel any strange sort of pull or anything like that.
Nope, doesn't seem like it. Seems like there's some magic inside that you can recognize for now. Perhaps if this disgusting thing were ripped out of it, maybe, but for whatever it is. Right now, it just feels like this strange, familiar, but alien device.
Alright, as I'll just hold it in my other hand.
Alright. As Lord Seerfried turns with blade in hand, he goes strike out at this creature. Cutting into him. Getting those attacks hits. Seerfried's blade. Ooh. You ain't got no good AC, baby. As this serpent gets cut to ribbons. Bam, bam, bam. Thank you, ma'am. 9, 18, 24. 39 damage. Nice, as this thing is nearly cut to ribbons. As Vistus sees you step forward with the crown, turns back to the serpent next to him, and finds himself a decent place standing close to you, Samantha, almost like pushing his body up against yours, bloodied and wounded for protection as he looks back. There's still these things. I'm going to fight. Is he dead? Can I? Should I? As he steps forward and sort of with an extra haste in his step, zipping past, takes his knife in hand, looks up at Seth. You took everything from me. Gave me fangs to bite. Feel them now! As he will stab out wildly and viciously at this thing. Just
Do it.
only doing that and that. Ooh. Do 15. Cutting into his body with this magic blade. But it seems like it only cuts so deep. Although this creature has been stripped of its treasure, the wings that still beat on its body, that magnificent, strange, celestial nature of it still seems to empower it in this state. As from the background, you hear Isael call out, "He's not dead! Kill him! Kill him now!" As he just tries to fight off this thing in front of him. Oh, poor baby.
Fucking snake! Away!
As he just reaches down, pulls out a blade, and just starts swinging at it. Only gets one. Oh, he's such a baby. Only gets one attack. Yeah! Ooh, but it's a good attack.
My mom says it's my turn to attack the wing. It's
Slice into it. I will take your mind soon. Back off, serpent. As these guys are gonna start fighting snakes. Fighting snakes. Cutting into snakes, baby.
Snake fighting.
Ooh, that hits, and
Oh, you're Chris now, jerk.
Fucking Christ.
Why did you say that for me? As he cuts into this creature, Corin standing next to this now standing still creature. He's watched Samantha pick up this crown full of dark magic, holding it in her hand, seemingly unaffected.
Comfortable that I no longer have to protect that, Corin is going to jump up in the air to reach this creature's height and just recklessly smash down into his face with the shovel.
Yeah.
Ooh! As you fucking bang him in the head. First shot connecting firmly, doing a good amount of damage. Second strike, mamma mia, doing a, what is that, a 47? 37. Ooh!
37.
Heavy amount of damage. As you crack into this thing's head, you see blood spilling down his face, eyes rolling back.
I would burn him, but then I would kill this guy. So that'll be my turn.
Ow,
All
ow,
right.
ow.
He stands still, unable to move. We see his eyes blinking, trying to regain his consciousness, mumbling under his breath. My treasure. My treasure. As these creatures fighting the big snake, getting up in there and cutting him down. They're cutting the snake. Oh, that one misses, but yeah, second strike, slice. The snake gets cut in half, and its whole body just seems to disappear. Seems as if these snakes are somewhat confused, defending themselves the best of their ability, but acting on their own, save for the ones Persephone seems to be calling. As their master seems to be held still and unable to move. This guy here will start to turn his blade onto this giant snake, unless Persephone says something.
No,
Seeing him
no,
aim
no,
it.
no, not that one. The one behind it. That one back there. That one.
Oh god, he's gonna squeeze. Oh god. Oh, it takes so much. He just makes it about here.
Excuse me. Sorry.
Thank you.
And so, god, he can dash. And he jumps down and runs up to this creature, making it down towards the steps and standing in front of it. Vanguard and your friends. This creature here will turn, step past this vine that was just grabbing at his booty before, turns toward the snake, unless Persephone says no.
No, you just gotta tell these people to stop attacking my friends, and I redirect them to one of the other two.
Which snake? There's so many snakes! As you'll rush through his space, apparently an ally for this moment, but still having to dash his way to get through to this creature. Oh god, there's so many. As this creature next to you, Persephone, will rush forward, following after its ally, using everything it can get to get about here. I can make it about here. Trying to defend against these snakes. As Quildor comes to you, this creature still alive, still holding onto life, just barely.
I told you you'd see my blade up close. So I'm going to my fighting spirit. I'm gonna stab this bitch.
Oh,
Okay.
no longer have advantage. Well, yeah, fighting spirit you do.
I'll do
but he's
fighting
not-
spirit.
Yeah. No, he's still stunned. What am I talking about?
Yeah, you're still stunned.
I'm monk. I know how to monk. I swear.
Alright, as that will connect, cutting into his body, doing a good amount of damage, bit by bit, wearing him down. As that will also, damn, consistency, my friend. Cutting
Yep.
and cutting and cutting. Watching as the wings.
Knock him out with non-lethal.
Alright. Ooh, let's see.
Hey.
That's a good non-lethal.
Let's see. 21 was 8. Ooh. As that strike will come in and bash him on the back of his head, you see feathers falling from his wings bit by bit until they're becoming somewhat barren. But he is still up, if just barely. As damn.
That's
No,
Tamar
I'm not
grabbing onto this guy as he slowly start to get the wind back in his belly as everybody's just stabbing and fucking chugging magic into him. I just turn his body towards Samantha. I guess he can see over Cora. You see that there? It is your failure. You see me as a beast, and I once thought to would win a god of my father. But my father would not fail as you have. My father would not forsake his people. As I turn his head ever so slightly to the side of Samantha. Do not die here. You do not need to follow this creature any longer. As he casts a little healing word on the lady over there. Bringing his attention to his follower that he forsook.
I'm gonna need a d20 roll for that one. He's been dead for a while. You're on the ground, pretty
I'm
bleeded
hoping.
after a while.
I'm hoping! Leave me alone!
Roll me a d20.
Come on! Ah!
As your magic falls upon her currently bleeding, lifeless form, still falls into her, and there is no moment, no breathing, until finally just a soft. It seems like your magic is able to restore some life in her, although she's still somewhat unconscious, just barely coming to.
There's the number. There we go. Deal 3 physical damage to her also. Doesn't really slap her away. As Then I'm going to just turn to Samantha. Say, Samantha, I do not like this creature, but I feel like it is not my judgment to give. He sort of holds the bar behind his head.
Knock him out.
Yes, ma'am. With a big old grin on his face, just pure happiness spread across it. He just wheels back and headsbutt the shit out of the guy.
All right, give me that attack.
Wow! It's 30 to hit.
That'll connect.
Bop it into him. Is that enough to bop him out? Knock
Oh,
his
he's
ass out.
almost out.
Like, time for sleep now, as he'll just backhand the shit out of him.
Go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep.
Go to sleep. 21 to hit.
As that'll connect.
Backhand the
As-
shit out of him.
The last light in his eyes seems to fade, and all around him, the ones that connects, and his body falls completely unconscious, unmoving. The serpents all around, and
Hi, friends.
the ones we're about to get cut into vanish as well, as his body falls limp in your arms. And you find in this moment, this creature, this thing that called itself God, stood upon this pedestal, conjured a storm in the city of Roka, challenged both you and the people of their beliefs, now lays limp in your hands. In your hands, Samantha, you hold a vestige of your past and what seems to be this thing's treasure. As finally, by this point, the minutes that have passed, the wind dies down, and last of the storm has finally faded.
Persephone, there's another. As I point over to the woman that's on the ground.
As Persephone is going to go over and she, knowing that she's been lying there for a while, she's just going to try to give her a surge of fairies. You know, just 1, 2, 3, clear, 5 fairies.
Okay, give me a d20 roll. As in, she's been dead for a while, and she got some battered up a little bit. She got stabbed and blown up and stabbed a little more.
I got this.
I believe in you. Hey!
As, again, just like before, that magic comes swarming into her body, and she is still until suddenly her eyes open up and she gasps out for air as all of her wounds, piercing and burning into her, seem to suddenly close all at once, and she's strangely reinvigorated.
Best ending. 100%ed. Perfect.
You see Sirafreet step forward, limping as he does. Ugh. Is it over? Is it done?
Just sort of lay the guy down on the ground, face up. Step away.
Sheath my scepter and one hand in the crown, one hand sort of leans down to try to grab this guy by his collar.
As you hold him close, you can see bit by bit these wings still laying limp by his side. His form still calm and quiet. His physique still strangely hefty and strong. You see slithering up your own arm appearing is the face of Raziel, who looks over this thing. My wings. My wings. Tattered and torn, but still mine. Sit down.
He said to sit down.
He said, "Is it done?"
Oh. Not quite. As I hold him by the collar and attempt to drag him.
Dragging him up the steps, you see Vistus sharpening his knife. Just give me the word. I'll bleed him out on these steps.
Persephone's following after Samantha.
Sweetheart, oh, that
Is he
bond was
bleeding?
very loud.
Seems to get the shit beat out of him. So yeah,
Hop on, Corin.
No blood? Does he have blood?
he's bleeding. He got the crap beat out of him.
Ah. as
It's
opposed to
actually
the
a brown
other
streak.
black orb wielders.
Yep, seems like he's actually bleeding.
As Samantha brings him to the top of this dais and sits down, sort of shaking Raziel, or gesturing him off of her, and Samantha takes this crown and places it on her head, moving her
Alright.
serpents out of the
Are
way.
you are you sure that's a wise idea?
As
If I
you
see,
place
if
it
I
on
feel
top.
like the immediate, fucking rip and tear of horrible death magic, then I'll hesitate and not do that.
Until you place it on your crown. Again, it just feels weirdly alien to you. As you-
Okay. Yeah, I'll fucking reach into my bag and pull out the Enigma sphere and open it up and try to wrench the sphere off the crown and try to get it inside of my Pokeball.
Get how you're wrenching it out, buddy.
Do you want
With your
help?
fingies.
Mm,
You need your fingies for the hole.
magic,
Ugh.
like I did with the other spheres, sort of trying to just
Sure.
get control of it and beckon it into the sphere, like I did with the Mordreds.
All right, give me an Arcana check.
He raises, get your hands, Samantha.
As it pulls in your direction, you feel this thing bending and bending. The crown actually beginning to writhe in your hand before suddenly it pries free. And the crown, you can see that empty socket almost broke as you pulled this whole thing out. But fortunately, with this thing still staying in somewhat pristine condition, despite the damage it's been through by what seems to be the weight of this thing's magic, you're able to pull the orb free. And the sphere of annihilation floats free.
And seal it inside of the Enigma orb.
There you go.
So, put that back in my gear and place the gemless crown on my head before just
Place it on.
holding both of my hands, holding Saeth as I just lay him on the ground and just sort of cradle his upper body on my legs.
And as you sit on the top of this throne, the crown resting upon your brow, feeling its magic much, much more weakened now, but still pulsing with a bit of energy. Some remnant magic that once resided within that, I guess, once socketed jewel socket. You feel a familiar sense taking over, rushing from top of your head throughout the rest of your body. And there's just this sense of warmth taking over. Again, it's weak. This power you feel, this last piece, not quite complete, but still pulling ever so gently. And then you feel your rod tug. Something yanks and twists, and almost like it's not the rod itself shaking, it's something upon the rod. And you see one of the serpents holding onto its gemstone, this large, faceted emerald you've gotten so long ago from. You don't remember where you got this. It just kind of showed up one day, gnawed upon by your rod. Now pulls, but the rod holds tight. It holds fast to this gemstone. The rod does not want to give it up. The rod wants to keep it. The rod is hungry. Do you allow it to let go? The rod is yours to control, after all. It's been a part of you this entire time, since you've fallen, since you've entered this mortal plane. It's held tightly to its treasures, the things it holds dear, ever since then. But now you find another calling, the calling of a ruler that rests upon your brow, now seeking something else. Do you allow your rod of avarice to sacrifice this emerald shard gotten so long ago to feed the crown, or now socketed, now empty, you feel the rod pulling towards the crown. You feel the rod drawing towards the crown. What remains within inside of it, the last few bits of gemstone that cling to it, it could consume it as well. Like a serpent consuming its own tail, like the Ouroboros, these two halves of one whole yearn to be consumed or to consume one another. What do you do?
Is it trying to pull the emerald shard?
Seems like it.
Sort of looking
Persephone's just
down
like,
at the scepter. We must learn to share and not just consume, not just take. You have forgotten the lesson, it seems. Why this crown is named after him in the first place. Yeah, she will just telepathically, just sort of this connection to this to the scepter, beckon the shard from it and into the ground.
All right. And as the shard shakes in its mouth, and finally the serpent's mouth, animated, seems to pry itself open, the fangs unlatching from the emerald shard. You see the gemstone immediately get plucked silently, pulled through the air by an invisible force, and then just naturally facet itself into the face of this crown, to which the serpents that comprise this strange twisted shape very gradually and evenly, symmetrically wrap themselves around it, keeping it in place. And you can hear the bending of metal as this torn metallic shape reforms itself to keep the emerald shard in place. No longer wedged with a mass of destructive magic as it once was, the crown returns to a much more elegant state rather. And as it sinks itself in, that magic reconnecting with you, you feel the rod in your hand and the crown on your head shift. As one is pulled, so too is the other. And it seems as if a lesson had been learned. Upon your head, you find yourself connected to and attuned to the crown of Argos, the crown of a ruler who can draw upon the hearts of others to inspire and strengthen them. Those who can lead them, those lost, misguided, even creatures such as the Yuan-Ti can be pulled beneath the strength of leadership, as the magic has returned to a vessel, a treasure of your past. And as the emptiness enters the mouth of this serpent, you see it sort of catches itself, its own jaw twisting and writhing, now free from its confines. It stretches, it uncoils, and tries to reach out for something that's not there, until it twists and turns and eventually lashes out far away from itself, as if trying to catch at the air behind you and then the air in front of you. And as it rides and fights you until your words, your telepathic connection coaxes it, as if you're holding your own old nature in your hand and now calmed. You find that you no longer in your hand hold a rod. No longer do you hold a small scepter. This thing stretches farther than your body can reach, probably about just to your height. This thing is long and straight, save for its handle, coiled but easily held in your grasp, impossibly light and teeming with powerful magic. You find yourself clinging to the Ouroboros Crosier.
Hey, staff boys. All of
holy
my
shit.
characters will have staves until the end of time. Staves. Oh, lordy, lordy. I'll read that in a moment.
Jesus.
as Samantha sort of sets this longer implement at her side, hoping maybe she can just find a groove or just the right balance. Actually, I've said that my scepter has been able to float for brief moments at least before, so hopefully I can just have it float next to me as I want to keep both of my hands free to cradle Seth.
You can place it in place. It doesn't follow you.
That's what
It's
mage
not
hand
that
is
magic.
for.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. Snap, Butler hand. Thank you, Tamarcon, but also
Yeah.
Brendan. As I look down at Saeth and cradle him like he is just a sleeping child, all of my serpents at my sides, sort of coming down to frame my face. As I look at him, and I look at Vistus, and I look at Israel. And Samantha just feels more and more, looking at the wounds back on Saeth, everything that he has done. He has to take responsibility for his actions. But so must I. I have not had any care for you people. For my own creations, I have felt nothing but disdain. As she just sort of holds his head and brushes a finger across his cheek, wiping away blood and sweat. I guess he probably wouldn't sweat, but you know.
Snake flame.
There has to be hope. Even if I cannot do it, I have to take responsibility for the love I feel for all of you, more and more. You were right. As much as I would hate to admit it, you tried to tell me over and over, and I despised you for it. That I should look at them with kindness. That I should hold love for my creation. But I ask if you can see the love in my heart now for each of them. My journey is going to be perilous, and I may not see it through. As Samantha will move her hand up to the crown and take it off of her head, holding it, looking at the shard, wrapping her hand around it.
Persephone's going to get closer to Samantha and put a hand on her shoulder and smile softly at her friend.
I beg of you, with everything that I can, change their fate. Feel the love I have for them. And even if only one of them could see the way out of that hell, let me make this sacrifice so they will each feel that love. As Samantha just trying to call on innate magic and uttering this prayer. Take this as my sacrifice. Please. Please, Avandra. Give them my love as I will try to destroy this crown.
How do you destroy it?
Still holding on to Divine Shroud for just perhaps a couple moments, and also having Crown of Stars channeled up my head. I am just going to try to channel my magic into this crown and try to pull whatever remnants or fragments of divinity and offer them to Avandra, hoping she can feel the love that I have for my creation now and will grant me this miracle.
As your magic channels through the crown, you feel it bend against your power. This thing was barely able to contain the might of one of those spheres of annihilation, and now that you channel all of your force into it unprotected to try and break it, you feel it immediately course through, and the metal begins to fray and shake and break in your hands until only the shard remains before it too seems to fall to pieces. And in this moment, the wind picks up ever so gently. The sun still beating down as this evening begins to press on, sunset casting shadows over the ziggurat. And I guess in this moment, maybe it's just the acceptance. You just feel this wave of peace wash over you. You've whatever you've done, whatever this was, this sacrifice, this desire to help them, a question that lingered on your mind and in your soul until finally, when given the chance, holding power literally in your hand, ready to hold rulership upon your brow, to command once again as you did, you find yourself sacrificing, avarice changing to give up something for someone else, standing on mortal feet to hold the lives of mortals above your own. And in this moment, you just find magic washing over you, not a return to form, but instead just an awakening, I suppose. Your magic, harsh and coarse, glared at by the eyes of others, suddenly becoming a bit more gentle in nature. You feel it ebb and flow through you as your divinity, for just a touch of it, the weirdest sensation that a mortal creature could touch divinity. Not even a similar sensation to when you were God. You feel as if you've achieved great power, even in this new form. Perhaps there's still more to go. As not only have you accepted and embraced what could only be called the mercy of the Empress, finding gentle magics taking hold, but it seems as if this power that has often evaded you, now in this moment, the crown breaking, taking hold, invigorating you, suffusing you with power. It's not a miracle by any means. It is not an act of the divine. You in this moment are mortal, but the power you hold now is divinity. Perhaps that is the answer. Perhaps if miracles must need be done, perhaps if these people must be saved, then you must invoke your divinity and do it yourself. As you feel this wash of light rush over your body, you find magic accessible to you, gentle in nature, like that of a protector, like that of a matron. More than what you used to be. Crown is destroyed.
Is that visible? Was it all internalized?
The feeling you definitely see, like as she breaks it, a wash of like bright radiant magic erupts from her hands and washes over her, but she seems unperturbed and unharmed.
Totala just claps. Congratulations.
How do you feel?
It seems the veil is still thick where it needs to be.
Monkey's a monkey until it is not.
As you'll see, slithering down your arm, Raziel just sort of lands itself on this unconscious creature. So you choose mercy for this thing. Truly mercy.
I have contemplated the end of this tortured soul. And it seems he may have to find peace, true peace, perhaps in the next life. But I simply wished for him to be Seth no longer. Death takes many forms.
Perhaps, as he smiles and you see him sort of slither up closer to this serpent head that now lays unconscious, mouth agape. Perhaps you seek the power of the gods to create miracles. But you're a god no longer. A god, not yet, it seems. Ah, and it is a tiring task, you should know, to become one once more. But for what you have offered, for what you have shown, for what you've proven to these creatures, and you can change, and that so they too can follow in your footsteps. I believe there is promise in you as a clever beast, as you see his head slide into Susette's mouth, and his whole body rides down his throat until, as he gets inside, you hear soft, like a beat, and then you see light emit from his mouth.
Oh, I was pictured the other way around.
Nope.
Tiny little thing just swallows them all.
Nope, he's not big enough for that.
No, he pulls a Men in Black 2, and it's that little tiny worm, and just the big tentacles come out. It's awful.
I was thinking of South Park where that snake eats that guy whole and poops him out. As you see his body basically rides inside of Seth until light begins to emit from him softly, and then his eyes open up. And as he goes to speak, you see those two begin to glow. His eyes beaming like beacons, and his whole body begins to shape until Seth disappears, his body changing into a ball of light. And you would see erupting out into form, not destructively, almost like if a soft sunburst had just gently emanated its way into this room, into this tower of the gods. You would see a serpent sitting in his place, very similar to one you've seen before. Tall as about as you are, Samantha. Long, winding body, maybe about like 7 to 8 feet long, but sits up tall and proud, shoulders bolstered by what look to be a pair of wings. As you see Raziel truly, as he is meant to be seen, a tall serpent with long, spread wings, glorious and gleaming. No longer this creature that you'd beaten into the ground, that you'd stripped away its stolen divinity. Now, something gentle and soft. You, Medusa. You've proven yourself to be more than capable. And it seems as if in these times, capable creatures are more than needed. You've done your part. You've returned what was stolen, not just from you, but from myself. And from it both we've found change. I am Raziel. I am the Maw of Malar, the voice that speaks for the many-faced beast. I am he who watches over the mortal world and have done so from the earliest days of beast kind. And I shall be your guide. I shall show you how to ascend. As his wings spread and you see this glorious light emanate from those pearlescent feathers as you find yourself standing with new allies, new faces, changed in this moment. Seth no longer, perhaps a miracle, but not by the gods, by the actions you've taken here in Hearth. As rising upon these steps, you have ascended in your own way. As that is where we will end this very long session.
I will say, Samantha stands to meet eye to eye with this voice of Malar, grabbing a hold of that staff. All of her eyes focused in on him, and there is a distinct shift on her scales. Those streaks of color all vanish. Each and every serpent gaining a metallic sheen to them. Golden, silver, brass, and bronze, and even a few copper. As she makes her choice, and through her own will, and through a little bit of sacrifice, becomes lawful good.
Good shit.
I'm geeking out right now.
What the fuck happened in that jug?
That is a story that we can discuss over drinks and food, hopefully. As Samantha shoots Quildor not a devilish grin, not a sly, wry smile, but a genuine, beaming face of happiness, something you would expect to see on Persephone.
Hugs. Immediate hugs.
Can I pull one more DM thing out of you, Omen? You have the energy for it? Because I'm curious.
It's a freckle past the hair. Well, sure, what's up?
What's Isael's face look like? My boyos. My boyos.
Vistus is about to fall unconscious, so he's he's holding a knife in his hand, and he's just sort of like staring, and then he blinks, and there's no longer a Seth, and he's confused. But Isael, strangely enough, for a moment, again, beaten and exhausted, he was ready to cut into that man. And then seeing you spare him, confused and anger. And now in this moment, strangely enough, as that magic returns to you, there is a look of complete, and really it could only be called complete and utter emotion on his face, as if after all this time, he finally recognizes who and what stands before him, and it's seemingly changed him.
He's just
yeah. I mean, that's fine.
That's the
You can be
emotion
horny.
he's feeling.
That's cool.
His snake hair starts to go up and up
Up,
and up, ascending.
Ah! Woo!
Well, all right,
Oh, lordy,
that's all I
lordy.
got, baby.
That's plenty. I want to thank you all so much for hanging out with us tonight for some more Song of Rapture. It's been an absolute blast. Oh boy, and I cannot wait to see where this goes going forward. Misdirected Mark, thank you so much for the host earlier, or the raid rather, and Misrolled Adventures, thank you for the raid earlier as well, along with Johnny Thunder for the bits. Thank you so much. I hope you guys had fun, and I hope to see you again in the future. We normally have a game on Sundays, Heroes of Thylea, but that is off this Sunday because it's 4th of July and people have stuff to do. But we should hopefully be back with some more Song of Rapture next Thursday.
Should be.
Question mark? All right. And then we should be back with some more Heroes of Thalia the following Sunday at 5 p.m. Eastern for Heroes of Thalia and 7:30 p.m. Eastern for Song of Rapture. Yeah. That was everything I wanted and more. Ah, my goodness. Thanks again so much for watching, and we have a wonderful Discord, and you can join that if you want. You can follow me on Twitter. I hope to see you again in the future, and as always, may your dice roll 20s, and you always make your saves.
Later, y'all.
Bye.